Well, that's weird. Okay. No music is kind of weird. It is kind of weird with no music. Charles, hello. Tanya, thank you for coming. I'm just looking around a bit here. Kind of weird not having music, but I guess I'll get used to that while I'm here anyway. The hog was delicious, Charles. Christian, hello. Thank you for coming. I guess the first time I live streamed, I had no panel and no music. I will have a panel tonight, but I don't have the music. Pedro, hello. How you doing? I know the vent room's open now. Anybody has interest in the vent room, I think it's a great place to go. I think Tracy's good. I don't have any beer either tonight either. Hey Spurger, how are you? Maybe I'll talk to Jake and see about getting a little music played. Cody's country. How you doing, Cody? Good to see you here. Thank you for coming. I've been eating a hog. Terry went out and shot a couple of wild boar. We cooked them up tonight. Hey, Albany County Sheriff, thank you for coming. So we had a wild boar dinner tonight over at his friend's house. We smoked it. It was delicious. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me just ask Jake a question. We get some music in that room, like a radio. You have a device to play or something.
Like a speaker?
I don't know what we play.
That's Bluetooth.
And when does it play?
It's a Bluetooth speaker, so you connect your phone.
No, I connect to my phone. I have a flip phone.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
No worries. And then just be quiet. It was not used to it. Usually I play music.
yeah.
Okay. You're racing along with that. You made,
Yeah.
7 courses since I was here. Okay. Let me go back.
It's only been one bag. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
I could grab my dad's radio from the garage.
Was it like a little radio, right?
Yeah. It'll be the
Sure.
radio.
Mm-hmm. If it's not putting it out. Okay.
All this stuff now,
You gotta figure out what station to play though, 'cause I don't know.
I know the radio stations.
Huh?
I know the radio station.
You do know them?
I know the rock station.
Okay, that'd be the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know the HD rock station too.
Yep, okay. We're gonna get some music lined up, a little radio. Hello, Cole. Just so that it's not so deathly silent. George, hello, good to see you. Yeah, the board. Yeah, I'm in. You know where I am, Cody. Right now, I'm visiting my friend Terry. I'm in. I'm halfway between Houston and Galveston. I'm right by NASA. That's where I am. I'm right by NASA. And so he went wild boar hunting. 68. Good to see you. How you doing, cuz? Mario, hello. Fortuna, thank you for coming. And so he went out boar hunting, shot a couple boar, and we had a big barbecue tonight. I posted a video or two, maybe, at least one. I think I actually did a live stream earlier today, I think. Well, we were.
Tears for Fears, shout.
Does it plug in?
No, it's radio. It's battery.
It's just batteries. Okay, I'm going to sit it over here then. Shout, let it all out. Yeah. Jake, you want to say hello?
Hey.
This is Terry's son, Jake. Okay.
Peace.
You're free to join us. I'm going to put a panel up. If you want from the other room, you can come up on the panel. If you want.
Yeah, I think I can do that stuff. I've never done it with my dad. You want this stuff?
Yeah, probably better, right? I don't know. I mean, otherwise you'll hear us. So I'm in Terry's house. I'm in the guest room upstairs. Jake, his son, is across the hall in the media room. And where's Mr. Kittleson? Jake's making Legos. He's putting Legos together. Really, Mario? Cool. Texas is hot. I mean, it's hot out. Even when it's cool, when they say it's cold, it's still hot. Hey, Brad, long time no see. How you doing? Thank you for coming, Brad. I better put a link up if anyone wants to come up. Is the music too loud? I better figure out where the volume is. There it is. Nope. That's the volume. Little radio. Pretty cool. No, I only got here yesterday, Cole. I was here a year ago. We went to the beach. We went to Galveston. We went around. Today we were smoking a hog. Tomorrow we're going to stuff sausages. Grind and stuff sausage meat. The rest of the pig. The rest of the hog. Barely hear it. Okay. That's probably a good thing, though. It's really more for me than for you. I don't get self-conscious, listening to myself talk in the silence. Let me put a link up.
From Aerosmith to ZZ Top and all the legends.
And then I'll post it at the top of the page.
Houston's only classic rock.
Like this, I got to go over here in my YouTube to post it. All the songs they could play, they're going to play this. Damn. Led Zeppelin has so many good songs. Like, so many. And they choose to play this song. On Galveston Island. Cool, Mario. I went out to Galveston Island. Not yet this trip, but last year when I was down here, we did go out to Galveston Island. If we're going to go again, Mario, maybe I'll, if you will put the name of the store in, and maybe I'll, does she know you chat in YouTube? That's the first question, Mario. I know some people keep it a secret from family members. I tend not to, but I know some people do. Twisted, hello. Thank you for coming, Twisted. This should earn me a copyright violation. I better turn it down a little. It has to be incidental background music, right? And here's Cody.
Sure, Cody's Country. I'm short.
Cody, what's up?
Checking thumbnails.
There you go.
Thumbnail.
What's that?
It's
That's a
actually a picture
grasshopper.
I took. It was a praying mantis.
Hmm? Hey, Simba, how you doing? Can you read the chat, Cody?
I'm actually scrapping a bunch of copper.
Look at that. What do you got? Copper, scrapping copper. So you're disassembling products and salvaging the copper.
Yep.
And then what do you do with the plastic?
The what?
What do you do with the plastic? What do you do with the rest of it?
Oh,
Except
well,
it's not gonna-
if right now, since I don't really have the proper time and stuff to deal with anything a little less valuable, like the like steel and aluminum, I toss those. I have people do the same thing I do, and they go pick up the stuff out of the trash or whatever, and they collect the steel and aluminum because they got the truck for it.
I know you get good money for copper these days, but even yeah, I mean, even it's hard to come up with a pound of copper. I mean, it's not easy to strip wires and get a pound of copper. It's a
little tedious. It depends. You got to know what you're looking for and what particular kind of items to get it that are a little better in terms of
it's a tall order to come up with a pound of copper. My brother used to scrap. My brother scrapped for a long time.
Without even trying that hard, I easily have, like I said, a 5-gallon bucket of copper that weighs easily over 100 pounds.
Man,
and I've started to bring it down into other containers.
Yeah. My brother scrapped for a long time, and he would separate. He'd sit down at night and separate and separate and separate. You know what I mean? That's what they do.
Yeah. Now, I've also got these little bitty jars. Sorry, I need to switch over to chat and say hey real quick and so we can keep up. What's up, everybody? I really don't know. I haven't checked the copper prices. Sorry, you might have to help keep me updated on the.
I don't know what copper goes for now, but I think it's like 7 cents.
State to state, I think.
I don't know. Yeah.
But it usually has a rounded out price for the most part. But I haven't checked. But I even got these somebody one time gave me some gourmet mustard.
Hello, Relentless. Thank you for coming. I missed Relentless coming in.
It came in this little bitty jar that was probably no bigger than. It was probably no taller than this, really. This little flashlight, and it was a jar about this big around. And I got 2 of them, and they're almost completely filled up with the little pieces and pins and other stuff that are plated with solid gold copper, or I think plated, because it's not all of them are solid. Like some of the pins are solid gold, and I don't know why. I've just now realized I said solid gold copper. What to her? Sorry, I'm overthinking copper gold. But these little jars are filled up with stuff that are gold plated and solid gold pins and other stuff that you can look at it and it'll give you what I call urbanized gold fever really fast.
Urbanized gold fever.
It's got that heavy gold luster to it, and you're like, ugh.
I have a little gold. I have a couple ounces of gold. I've had it for so.
Like TVs, old TVs that don't work anymore, that they're too much upkeep to fix, unless you got a pile of them that you're willing to fix, you kind of refurbish and sell. Which
when I got
fixing TVs that only have 1 or 2 things wrong with them, if you collect a bunch of them, can actually be quite easy. Because if you open the back of those up and you just kind of look where each piece is connected and make sure you have the same model.
Hard to find an old TV though, Cody.
Right. The key is finding that particular TV that you found or whatever. So if you're collecting that for that reason, otherwise, TVs, a lot of LCDs and other stuff will have the chips that will have heavy plating of gold.
You see what Twisted Maiden is telling us? He says copper's at $4.04 a pound.
Right.
Right. So I know that it takes a lot to make a pound of copper to get you $4. You know what I mean?
Oh, but like I said, I got a 5-gallon bucket that I'm afraid to pick up the handle because I'm afraid the handle will snap off. It's over 100 pounds. I'm like,
you have 100 pounds of copper? How long did it take you to accumulate 100 pounds?
I haven't even been trying that much. I pick up what I see and just kind of take it with me. I'm not making a full-time thing like I would like to, because I know how beneficial it can be at the way I do it and the way I know how to. But
If you
over 5 years or so,
over 5 years to get
it can
400
go
bucks worth of
a lot
copper.
quicker than that. It's just I pick up when and where I can.
Mhm.
Sometimes I find a little spot that tends to collect more, and I'm like, okay, we'll go back here. Why? Because we always seeing something here. Like at my storage unit, there are businesses that have storage units.
So
in
if
my-
it took
in
you
the storage
5 years,
unit.
if it took you 5 years to collect 100 pounds of copper, that's $80 a year you're making on copper if you trade it in.
And I'm being like, it's probably been a little less than that, really.
Okay,
It's
but I'm
just
just saying if you hold it-
I don't put full time into it because I can't. I
you
got to
hold
focus
it-
on other things.
If you hold it for 10 years, the price might be double that by then, right?
That's another
just
thing.
hold it.
Like right now, the fact that I've had some of this for a little while because it slowly accumulates. Like I said, I could be making buku bucks regardless because I know where to look. I know how to get it done. I know what kind of machines that you could buy that wouldn't be a lot that would actually benefit this the process and make it go faster. I have little knick-knack ideas and hacks that'll help speed. Like, okay, for instance, when you're stripping wire, something like this stuff. Something off. This is like your power cord off the back of a vacuum or something. You can take a 2x4, put a blade on it that's like this.
Yep.
Screw it down, and then create a little canal.
A canal in the blade. I know how
through.
to strip wires, man. I do.
Now, or you just get the wire stripper kind of things that you roll through. You roll them through, and they just squash it right.
Numbering 60, 62 an album, and you're up
But
at the Eagle.
Sure.
I mean, like I said, I could make it a lot more beneficial if I had a way to do it properly. But a couple years ago, I'm like, my bucket of copper is looking pretty damn good right now with all this inflation and everything. And I knew it was real when they go, "Hey, we cannot provide change, so you need to have exact change." I'm like, dude, if the government's asking for coins back, there's the coin.
Yeah, well, even the pennies haven't been copper since 82, right? The pennies are all zinc
They
now.
stopped making copper pennies at what used to be roughly 95, 96, 97, 98%
Yeah, they were about
copper.
95% copper until 1982. Now they're
Well,
only
they stopped roughly around mid 1982.
Yeah, I know exactly
so
when this.
my solid because I got a few of them over here actually. My solid way of doing that is anything that's 1981 or before, I'll keep it. Why? Because it's a guarantee that if it's 81 or before, it's going to be copper. Or on the lucky side, you find one of them steel pennies that gets you some extra money.
The steel pennies are only worth 25 cents.
It's still more than a cent.
Yeah. And they only made those in 1943.
Right.
So
But
now the pennies are like 98% zinc and like 1.5% copper now.
Yeah. Actually, quarters and nickels have more copper in them than pennies.
They have as much or more. Yes, it's true.
Yes.
Not a nickel, but a quarter or a dime.
I just saw a video about the bicentennial quarters that they made not too long ago. That some of them are flukes or this or that. The government then the federal realized people were collecting them, so they made a bunch more. But there's a few of them that are a little bit more valuable for certain reasons. And there's actually some of the bicentennial quarters are actually like, I think they said it was like 70-something% silver or 80% silver and something
Well, they made
else.
a silver set. All of the bicentennial coinage was minted in standard clad, but they also made silver examples. You can buy silver sets of bicentennials. I believe those are 85% silver. I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
All of the bicentennial coinage, including the Eisenhower dollar. You remember because they made the bicentennial coinage included dollars, halves, and quarters. They did not make bicentennial commemorative dimes, nickels, or pennies.
No. If anything, what they did do is they made a
7.9
remake
earthquake
of
just
the
hit
Buffalo
Turkey.
Indian head nickel.
Larry, you wouldn't come in here and pull our leg. Buffalo nickels are a nickel, just like Jefferson nickels, and in fact, just like the V nickels, the old nickel, the V nickels.
They
They're
actually
all
made
the
some
same.
new ones.
They're all
They
the
made
same
some new ones.
composition.
They made some new ones, but they weren't the Indian head. They were just the buffalo on one side of the new ones.
They made some recent commemorative nickels. Yes, they did.
But
With the
just the
buffalo.
buffalo, not the Indian head.
And they also made some buffalo rounds, also like that the half ounce rounds. They made them out
I
of
actually
silver.
have a buffalo
They
Indian
made
head
those out
nickel.
of silver. Those are commemorative coins that collectors buy.
Right.
Those are not coins that circulate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I actually have at least one, maybe two buffalo Indian head nickels that I've stashed away. And a couple silver dollars. And hell, I found a $50 on the range one.
I've got a complete set of buffalo nickels. All every year in every mint mark. I collect coins, Cody. I have several
I mean,
complete
I'll
sets.
collect them to a degree if I know what I'm looking at. Like if I know it's like it's or something or whatever, I might stash it away. Like I'll never forget how somebody one time, they paid for something that I was giving them or whatever, and part of it was with I think it was a $1 silver certificate.
You can get $1 silver certificates.
Yeah,
Some of them still
and I
circulate.
looked at it and I thought it was fake, and then I looked at it and I was like, ooh, that's a silver
So
certificate.
you can actually still find $1 silver certificates in circulation if you're lucky.
And that's basically
Because when they were issued for circulation, and it was only after they circulated that people started pulling them out to collect them.
Right. It has value more than the face value, but not a lot. It's for a silver certificate $1 bill. They're about $1.50, maybe $1.75 or $2, maybe $3, and the $3 is usually only whenever it's been certified and appraised and all that.
For your previous mistakes.
But I
Hello,
put it up
Say,
to
that keeps coming.
straight and
I'm at Terry B's house. My drive was great. I had a fun drive. I stopped and visited with several people on my way down. I hope to stop and visit some people on my way up too.
I'm out of Dallas area.
You're near Dallas. I know where you are.
No, when I saw the racetrack stone from the gas station, because I was like, that's a fucking racetrack. And I see a Waffle House. He's in Texas. I was seeing trees. He looks like he in East Texas a little bit, maybe a little further south.
Call Big Lou at 800.
And I thought at one point I think I saw a Circle K. Like, yeah, he's in Texas.
1966.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my car.
Adjusting to the suburbs.
All I see is empty space.
I'm not in Houston. I'm actually between Houston and Galveston. I'm by NASA.
But then I need another sofa.
I'm at Terry's
Tell
house.
people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway,
You're buying? Did you say NASA or Nassau?
NASA. NASA. NASA.
Oh, you mean like near there? Yeah. You know
I'm
times I've been to that place?
I'm about 8 miles from NASA.
I have literally been to the Houston Space Museum like 4 or 5 times in my life. Been to the Ohio Air Museum, or 1 or 2 of them, 2 or 3 times. And the only reason why I went back more than once is I was like, look, we gotta go again. They're like, why? You've already been there. I'm like, yeah, but they didn't have this the last time I was there. This giant rocket wasn't sitting out in the front yard, or the SR-71 Blackbird wasn't there at the time. Now it is. Let's go.
This is the Eagle.
Yeah, there's astronauts in the neighborhood here. Like they live on these streets around here. You know what I mean?
Look for Buzz Aldrin, man. Like, look, man, I want your autograph. Tell us the truth. It was the moon landing fake.
Never a straight answer. Okay, I got it, Larry. High five, Dutchman. Good to see you. Thank you.
I would like to disagree but at the same time, I can't neither. I'm gonna be like Alex Jones. I neither can agree nor disagree, nor confirm nor deny any claims or I don't know.
You covered all your bases there, Cody. Absolutely. You've covered all your bases.
I plead the fifth.
You could run a disclaimer like that, right?
You know, honestly, I think saying plead the fifth makes you look worse. You know, I got beer sitting in the fridge.
Hey, Brian.
So I hadn't tried the Bud Light.
Bud Light.
I don't know if it's Bud Light Platinum Seltzer or if
Bud Light is like making love in a canoe, Cody, because it's fucking close to water.
What?
Bud Light.
Oh, I know. This I was going on cheat mode, super cheap. It's been a while since I've done
It's
this.
like making love in a canoe.
Yeah, I tell people, they're like, well, you don't want Bud Light? I'm like, why would I want to drink fermented water? I'm like, I could just drink a Dasani and then some booze. But it was 8%, and it's one of the Bud Light Seltzer wild berry, and I'm like, yeah, let's get all frou with it and see what it's about.
Brian, thank you for coming. Good to see you.
Let me go get one. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I think that's a grasshopper on your avatar, I think. But I'm not really sure.
No, that is a praying mantis.
Oh, praying mantis. I don't know if they're a near relative of a grasshopper or not. So there's a lot going on tonight, it looks like. Give it to me.
That is actually a picture of a praying mantis that I took.
You took that picture? Cool. I'm settled, Dutchman. I got here yesterday.
It was at night. I was in my hammock where I was at my little hunker down spot at the top where I was at, and
He flew into your head, is what you're saying?
I was out in the wooded area where people don't go because they just don't have the guts to do so or effort. And so when I say I was in the woods, I mean like freaking wild man in the woods. And so there's bugs and everything everywhere, like everywhere. Like I just learned to live with the bugs and the critters and realize as long as I respect them, they're not after me. They're just there because it's a spot to hang out and maybe collect food or whatever. And if I mess up their munchies, man, they're gonna be mad. And so I turned over one night, I was standing outside my hammock because I was next to the fire, and I was looking around for a second, and then there was this dude. Like he caught my eye, and I was like, "Whoa, what's up, little dude?" And then I realized he wasn't bright green, but he had some really cool looking eyes. His eyes were like bright or vibrant pinkish magenta. And so if you're able to look at it up close whenever the picture's in the right settings and whatever for whatever time I'm using it, you could he's staring right at the camera. Like I was talking to him, and I was like, dude, the dude understands me, man. And he's like, hey, what's up? It's like, hey, don't take me away from here. This is my food spot. Just be cool. I'm gonna be cool.
Art, it's not true. I don't know who told you that, but it's nothing I ever said. I certainly never said
I thought it was
that.
Alabama shrimp and boat. Bubblegum shrimp.
Anyway.
We got lemon shrimp, pepper shrimp, shrimp
Thank you,
scampi.
Dutchman. Art, I don't know who you're listening to, but it ain't me. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Doug looks like the type. Not that he wouldn't enjoy it for a little while, or maybe the money that come from. I just don't see him wanting to mess with all that. Like, nah.
Well, I don't know.
Come home smelling like a
Tell you the
fish.
truth, I would love to work on a boat. That would be great. But the
Just not
truth
a
is this,
tripping boat.
Cody, I have several clones in chat who run all through the place saying all kinds of nonsense. And I often get questions like this from people on my panel. Did you use a true blah blah blah? And it's just rubbish. It's just some idiot who clones
Well,
me.
I mean, as long as
You
it's
know what I
not
mean?
like
Hmm?
asshole shit, it's goofy. Like, what
Well, it's funny. Well, listen,
is
YouTube is full of assholes. It's an asshole magnet. YouTube
That's
is.
called Planet Earth.
It,
They just,
it draw, no, but
they just
YouTube
figured out you can get on the
more
internet
so
and
than
spread it more.
YouTube more so than the general public though. YouTube attracts assholes.
I
You know what I mean?
look at the bullshit. I call them keyboard pawns. And I'm like, man, because if you were a warrior, that would imply you're good at it, and you're not because you're the piece that's standing part of
Yeah,
it.
but they're not even good at it. The problem is that they're terrible at what they do, and so they're not even like they're cons. They're just like idiots. They're just like idiots. You know? Yeah.
What in the hell, man? What, dude? What is this? What the fuck is this? Okay, what the hell?
All right, he's just joking. Okay. He might be, but the truth is this: it didn't surprise me what people ask me because
You know what's trouble? You were an asshole, just to be clear. I'm sure we probably knew you were joking, but I mean, no one
Hello,
said
Ellen.
anything
How are you?
But you know, okay, and not that this person, he or she, is like taking it this way, but you know how some people, I love it how some people will take one thing and they just start fabricating a whole bunch of stuff that hadn't happened. Like, whoa, man, we're sick. We're like, you're step away from telling the Lord of the Rings story over some BS because you're just like assuming, like. And then you know, and this usually I've got this from when I was growing up, but when they say like you tell somebody the truth and they're like, well, I just don't believe that. Like, of course you don't.
Duran, anybody?
Not that anybody in here is being that way. I'm just
Yeah. I'm not worried.
and not that they were being mean. It's just goofiness. We all know it can get much worse with the way people act on YouTube. Not that anybody's being mean now.
So listen, here's the thing about YouTube, and I've said this. I've been in YouTube about 2.5 years, maybe 2 years and 8 months now, something like that. And what I find is this: it's a place where what do you got? Hold on, wait. Let me give you the screen here, Cody. Wait, here we go. Bud Light Platinum Seltzer Wild Berry, 8% alcohol by volume.
8%. Yep.
That's pretty stout. 8% is like an IPA. It's not beer. Listen, if it's 8%, it's not beer. It's not because beer is like 6%.
It's alcohol.
Yeah. This is what I've said this for years.
It's like if you're really thirsty and you wanted to get something to wet the whistle, but maybe give you a kick that wouldn't overdo your stomach. This will work. It's seltzer water. It's supposed to help the stomach anyhow.
8% will light you up. 8%. You don't need too many of those. This is what I think about YouTube. I've said this for years.
Standard of like 7%, and you like to drink Laffin du Monde, Belgian, IPAs and stuff that are like 9%.
IPAs are 8, 9, 10%. IPAs are. But YouTube is a place where adults can behave like children without any consequence, right? You understand what I'm saying? Grown-ass adults can behave like 12 or 13 year olds
in the room,
right? And there's no consequence whatsoever for their actions. Therefore, what they say has no value at all, right? People in YouTube, if you're gonna take them seriously, you're the fool, not them. You know what I mean? So the things that people say are it's like air. It's like it has nothing. There's no substance whatsoever because there's no when there's no consequence for what you say, then what you say has absolutely no value.
Okay, so I'll explain it like this with a short story. Hopefully I can keep it short. But in the first grade, we all get picked on. Well, we don't all get picked on. Some of us do, some more than others. I got bullied and picked on a little bit. Not a lot, but enough to piss me off. And I learned at an early age to handle it the more effective way.
Well, let me see.
And
If people on YouTube make you upset, then you're not doing your YouTube thing right. Then you're doing something wrong. In my opinion, if you get bothered by things that people say in YouTube, then you're the fool, not them, because what they say has no consequence and therefore is valueless.
This is why when those who try to talk shit or otherwise slander my name on YouTube, it don't last very long, because I look at it this way: unless you're in front of me physically causing me a direct problem, it's just all the same shit I do, but a lot more negative. Just a bunch of
Is Luffy here? I don't see him. Oh, there he is, New Founder. Hey, New Founder, thank you for coming. It's good to see you, gal pal.
But like in the first grade, I used to get picked on and bullied because my last name, which I'm not going to really say, was something that somehow got associated with not necessarily a bad.
I don't know what your last name is, Cody, and you don't have to tell me. But, yeah.
No. I'm saying
hello, Dave.
It wasn't necessarily bad, but like it was a way to pick on a guy. It wasn't like it wasn't. It's not what you're thinking because I'm a guy and they're saying this. No, it was just it was a show or a cartoon that that starred a girl, and it was a popular show, but and I didn't take offense to it really. It was just irritating. It was like, look, it wasn't the fact of what they were saying, because I realized words are words. They're not going to bother me.
Hello, Jen, so happy to see you. Thank you for coming.
It was the fact that the dude that would follow me around all the time when he got the spare chance. It's like, all right, now you're going out your way to cause a problem. That's what, because I can get past your words, folks. Why? Because you're just talking. But like you said, unless there's consequences. And so I learned that sometimes in life, and if I'm too loud, you can adjust my settings because I can't tell. I think I'm at like 79 on my volume. But I've learned and have been told sometimes you need an ass whooping they need an ass whooping to learn, or they got to learn the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Best way and the only way sometimes. And so, of course, I'd always tell the counselors or this or that, the teachers, like, we can't do nothing until we see him. Like, you're not going to see it because he's not going to do it in front of you. And so one day, he kept on and on and on and on. And this is becoming now long and not short. But basically, I just, at one point, he kept on and on. I turned around and looked down and said, look, you do it again, you're going to regret it. Blah, blah, blah. Took a step again. I pivoted on the hill. On my heel, not my heel, sorry, I'm talking too fast. And I just looked at him and laughed, and then I just clocked him right in the chest one time. I didn't beat the brakes off of him. I just balled up my fist and followed through like you're playing pool properly, and caught him in the chest one time, good enough to go, that's why you don't mess with me. And so I didn't quickly walk away. I casually walked away and sat down. And when he started pointing at me, I'm like, yes, it was me. I hit him. Let's get this over with. And so I got called in the cafeteria, and the counselor from the YMCA were like, did you hit Robert? And I was like, yeah. I straight up come out with it. Yeah, hell yeah, I did. You sure you didn't hit him more than once? I'm like, yeah, just one time. You sure? I'm like, yeah, why? Because he's really scared. He should be. What you want to hear? But I said, look, man, he was pestering me. He was bullying me. And every time I tell y'all, counselors and teachers, you can't do nothing unless you see it. He ain't going to do that in front of y'all. And wouldn't you agree? I asked the head counselor. I said that some people need to learn the hard way and get their ass whooping. And he goes, yeah, but I said, but nothing. I gave him his tiny ass whooping that he didn't want, and he learned. And I never got called that name again. He never bothered me again. He went out of his way to get out of my way. I honestly messed his head up so bad because I clocked him one good time and put the fear of God in him that he actually up and moved cities to a different school district to get away from the shame he got. When I broke his pride to every last little stone pebble that was made from, bro. I kind of felt bad because I really ruined his popularity. Like, he was sort of popular. I threw a brick house on that. But I didn't put up with shit. He never bothered me again. I handled my shit like a grown man, like, as a freaking kid.
Well, of course, in the real world, you can do that. In YouTube, it's pointless.
This was over 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's just.
There's no point in arguing with people. There's no point in arguing with people in YouTube. No point at all. And in fact,
I also spoke to the counselors and everybody there that were grown-ups to me, like a grown-up, and they're like, man, like they wanted to debate with me, but they knew I was right.
well, you can debate face to face. What you can't do is debate in a chat room.
Scrapping
Debating in a chat room is a futile waste of time.
It looks kind of bad when you start pulling out little wire cutters. Like, what you doing?
So I think people gotta understand. I think that here's the thing about chat, right?
And that's what I said.
Nobody is in chat. Nobody is in YouTube chat by force. Everybody's here of their own free will. No one's holding a gun to their head saying go chat. So that if you're having an unpleasant experience in YouTube chat, you are free to leave.
No,
right?
that's what I tell people. Nobody can make you choose anything. They can persuade you. They can influence you, whether that be by fear or otherwise in this world. But
the government can make you pay taxes. It'll send you to jail. You have the choice not to pay. But then what happens is you've chosen to go to jail. Right?
Well, this is what I tell people.
Just using taxes as an example. You have a choice. You can pay your tax. No, you don't have to pay it. They can't make you, but they can put you in jail.
That's
why you pay taxes, right?
The new Point Break movie that they remade and came out with a few years ago just came on TNT.
What's that, Cody? I missed that.
I said the remake of Point Break I think it just came on TNT.
The remake of Point Break. A movie, I don't think I watched the full movie.
The movie that made Keanu Reeves.
I didn't see it in the cinema. I did watch it on HBO maybe 20 years ago or more, but I'm sure I didn't watch it the whole thing.
The remake, honestly, was it was a good movie. It was just, I think it didn't do it. It really destroyed the plot of the movie. It was good. Like if they had followed the exact plot of the movie, as the way they did in the first one, the new remake would have been really, really, really good. But they didn't. It went off and did other slightly. It changed a lot of features. Like, bro, come on, that's not what they did in that one. Come on, you're ruining it.
But Patrick Swayze, says Jen.
But see, and that's
so the way I see it is,
that's what I tell people on YouTube, and because I have had literal gangsters, thugs that are clicked into. I'm sure they were clicked into heavy gangs. They were off doing their own personal thing or whatever, and not really hanging out with a bunch of. But I have had thugs and gangsters point loaded guns to my head, and I bow up on them in their own home. So you two folks that talk crap, do not scare me. It takes a whole bunch of scary to scare me. I've been in some fairly dangerous situations from the stupidity of others or just because of unsavory people that happen to be around at the time. And
I see your boots.
Holy crap, Hunter, your chat's not blowing up, but like it's excited and stuff. There's 105 comments that I've missed and I haven't been up here very long. I'm sorry. Slight compliments to the fermenter. Did you say you guys went hog hunting?
What's that?
Did you say you guys went hog hunting?
Well, I didn't go hog hunting. Terry did.
You didn't go with him?
No, I got here yesterday. I drove down from New York. I'm visiting my friend Terry here.
Oh, so he had already gone hunting.
He went, I think, and shot the hog last week. I think on Thursday or Friday.
Thursday or Friday. You want to go hunting? Like,
He shot 2 hogs, a
Oh,
125
trust
pounder.
me, there's a whole bunch more than
150
two out
pounder.
there. That's all he could actually. That's 2 was probably the amount he could carry and deal with. Not that he couldn't shoot more, because there's plenty of them out there.
I think there's hogs all over the place here, right? They run wild
dude,
everywhere.
Texas is one of the most hog-ridden states there is. Like I'm in city limit areas of suburbs and other places where I see hogs. I've got within 25 yards of these things. With my new bear bow that I have, there is no doubt in my mind I could take a hog. Maybe even with my 22 air rifle, probably even my little 380 ACP, because I've gotten that close. That said, as I had said in chat when I kind of first got here, was these are what I call city hogs, meaning there are country hogs that'll see you 80, 90 yards out. You'll have 3 big old mastiffs running around. You're carrying these 3 or 4 people, 2 or 3 of them got a 5.56 or a 7.62 each, and then a sidearm, and the hog sees you from 80 yards out with 3 big old dogs, and you've already done shot around, and it knows you there with guns, and it goes, "Oh, you're too close." It comes at you, full blown angry rage pace like the Hulk, but porker. And these hogs don't do that. Like if you get in between them and they feel like that's their only exit, like I tried to do once, which was kind of a dumb thing to do, but I felt like I could be Superman for a moment, and I got open through the hog. They'll run through you, but they're not gonna be like 80 yards out.
Okay, girl, see you later.
They're gonna find their fastest. These are city hogs. I've been waiting to see more of them because
am I buffering now?
The hogs that I see are the ones that I'm probably one of the ones that notices an influx of hog population. Because when you start getting to the point where I see more of them, where I'm at, that means the populations are increasing because they usually stick to a little bit more not populated areas. But I have in the past, before they've caught or trapped some of them in this exact area, I have seen packs of them, like 6 or 7, and counted them. At one point in time, I had video.
It was my device. It was my tablet. That's what it was. Touchman. Okay. Hey Tanya, how are you?
But this would be a good drink. Like if you're thirsty but want to kick to it and wanted to like if you're thirsty because you've been out in the heat and shit, this would work. This wouldn't upset the stomach nearly as bad. Like you could slam one or two of these.
8% alcohol. I don't know. What is a Budweiser? 6 point something?
Oh, it's 8%.
Yeah, I know. That says 8. What is a regular Budweiser? What's the alcohol content?
5.9 or even 6.2. I think Bud Light Platinum is supposed to taste better, but like the most percentage for a Bud Light at all, really, other than the specialty stuff, is like 4.5 to 5.5% ever. That's most beers. Like most beers, the most you might get is like a 5.6 with Heineken. Otherwise, you start talking craft beers that are like in your 6 and 7 point range. Once you get over 6%, you start talking specialty or craft. But like if you were super thirsty and wanted to keep rolling and not be like 10 minutes later and that like ale hit you wrong or some shit.
He was talking about taking his shit, gal pal. It was pretty clear I posted it, wasn't it?
But because it's a seltzer,
I said he had to go take his shit. Be back later. I don't know. He'll come back if he wants. Look it up. Yeah, how much? What's the alcohol content of a regular Budweiser?
It's like 4.5 to 5.
I think Boots will tell us.
I'm pretty sure it's like because that's one of the first things I do when I walk into a beer.
Maybe I think.
Look at two things: price and percentage.
I don't know. You can read it. It's still there, gal pal. You know as well as us what he's talking about, right?
Me or someone in chat?
Dean and Raj Fix. What
does the average person do?
You can interpret that as well as I can, gal pal. I don't know. I have no idea. Gurf's always welcome here. I hope he feels welcome. Around 4.2. He's right, like 5%. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's a right. So 8% is, and now Dutchman says 4.2. In which case, the thing you're drinking is twice as strong.
Okay, so most standard beers run in your 4.5 to 5.2.
Okay.
You might get some up to 6%, like your Heineken's or your 5.6, which I thought at one point Heineken was like 6%, but I think it's like 5.6.
Mhm.
Once you start hitting 6%, you got this weird limbo zone. You might catch one or two. Then you start talking about your
Do they call that malt liquor?
Then you
What's
get
malt liquor?
huh?
What's malt liquor? Like say a Colt 45. What's a malt liquor?
Yeah,
It's more it's stronger than beer.
those are going to be the ones that are maybe a pinch heavier in percentages. Kind of like Steel Reserve, nasty as hell, but it's 8.1. I remember the day back in my hometown where everybody was drinking Bud Ice, and it was Bud Ice cans and Bud Ice bottles on the side of the road. And I said, oh, check out this. 8.1. And you got flavors. Then what? You kidding? Wait. And next thing you know, all the Bud Ice bottles and cans turned to freaking Steel Reserve. And I was like, oh, God. It's like I started a freaking a movement.
Yeah, in Utah too. In Utah also they sell 3.2.
Oh, dude,
And I think the drinking age, I think if you're 18 years old, you can buy 3.2 beer in Utah.
I even remember there was like here and through the grapevines, through some of the circles where you hang out in when I was growing up. And people who were catching DUIs. I was like, oh God. I said, did you not hear the part I told y'all when I told you about this new 8.1 that everything's in moderation?
Look out, pal.
Let's find out how QC Kinetics can
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
And with pain relief.
It's all right. It's a
Earthquake,
tasty
10% malt liquor, says Brian. Earthquake. How you doing tonight, gal pal?
I'm doing fine. How are you? Hey, Cody.
Inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like scarring. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Save big on your favorites with the Buy 5 or
What am I looking at here? Not much. Okay.
A motor. I'm taking out the copper.
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
So, how was your day, gal pal?
My day has been fine.
Good. I don't know what Colt 45, how much they have, Boots. I don't know, but I'm sure it's more than like a standard beer.
I think Colt 45 might be in your 6% range.
In the 6% range, because they call it malt liquor for a reason. It's because it's not. I don't think they can call it beer, right?
It's a malt, yes.
But it doesn't fit.
You got malts, liquors, liqueurs, spirits,
Well, you could try to sit on it, or get it right the first time.
and beer.
Motors guaranteed.
Hey, Brian, you're buffering. I don't know why. I wish you weren't. It's hard to see you. You want to go down and come up again? You want to try it again?
Let's ride. Without the ones like you.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, Brian.
Hey. Whoa.
Brian, what are you drinking tonight? I'm on Ozarka bottled water. See? Oh, there you go.
Hey,
What is it? Ooh. I'll have to look that one up.
what's it say?
Big ball.
Big baller.
Look, Big Ballard. It's 8.6%.
Ballard. Not ball.
19.2. Oops.
Oh, I had it all wrong. Sorry.
Big Valley.
It's a nice
But,
IPA, right?
Yeah, 19.2
It's a Red
fluid
Hook.
ounces. Yeah, Red Hook.
19 fluid ounces in that container?
Yeah,
What an odd
19.2.
What an odd number. You saying it holds 19 ounces, that
I know.
can?
Yeah.
That's just weird, isn't it?
I used to go to a place in Deep Ellum of Dallas called Deep Ellum Brewery. It's actually the one that has a sticker with a smiley face, but with a bottle for the mouth. And they have a beer there called the Barrel Crusher that's 13.2 or 13.1%. That
Okay.
one's pretty good.
So how you doing, Bri?
Doing well.
Brian, it's great to see you again.
Yeah.
It's been a while since you've been up on my panel. I'm saying it's great to see you
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Usually I just go on the chat.
So
I'm like laying in bed.
I'm really thinking about coming out there to the island. I'm thinking seriously about it, Brian. I think that'd be a hoot.
What you mean, Padre?
Brian lives on up in the San Juan Islands. You know where they are, Cody?
I think that's.
The San Juan Islands are off the northwest. They're off the northwest coast of Washington State.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
As I've
not
told
too-
Brian, Cody, I've been there before. I've been to Puerto Friday, and I've been actually to Orcas as well. I went out with actually it was my second wife, but it was before I married her. She was in Seattle. She had gone from Jackson, Wyoming to Seattle to do some classes in school. I went out to visit her, and just on a lark, we drove out and took the ferry, drove out to Anacortes, took the ferry, and spent a couple of days in the San Juans. That would have been right around the year 2000, maybe, or maybe it was 1999, sometime like that. It was my daughter's 22, so it was certainly before she was born.
Ooh, the wave scene. That's probably the best part of this movie.
Yeah, I moved here on the island May of '98.
You came in 98. Okay.
Yeah, moved here on the island May of '98.
May of '98.
Made in Scotland. 67.5. That doesn't sound right. I don't know how they call that beer.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a liquor. He's he's drinking so back in the day they used to usually do the 66% proof or whatever and all that. Now they got in betweens, so you can get a little bit more specific about your flavoring and or kick. If you wanted to get an idea, think of the show that moonshine. Well, they do competitions and they're all getting specific about the different, different levels of percentages that come out that you can still distill and still drink. It just would taste different.
I believe that's what it's telling you, but if it's 67%,
yeah,
I mean that's stronger than many.
It's not beer.
It's stronger than many spirits,
Cheap liquors.
liquors.
I wouldn't call that cheap. I wouldn't call that cheap. That's not necessarily cheap. It's not expensive, but it ain't cheap. Okay, Kentucky Deluxe is cheap. You can get. I remember getting a bottle this big for like $8. And you get that rock good.
Let me ask the panel a question. Can you guys do you hear the music?
What?
A little bit. Just a little bit.
A little bit, okay. I'm a little concerned because of copyright issues. I don't want to, you know.
Or are you
I'm very much
monetized?
out of my element today, Cody. I'm in a friend's house, staying as a
monetized?
guest. And usually I live stream from my comfort zone at my dining room table in my house. You know what I mean?
Right.
I usually have a couple Budweisers to drink. I go up in my attic and burn down a bit or whatever. It's like I'm not in my comfort zone here, you know?
Well, are you monetized on your channel?
Fuck no.
Then you shouldn't have to worry about it.
Well, no, but I do get copyright issues, even though I'm not monetized. I do get. I've had them not post some of my streams because they didn't like that Bob Dylan was played. The Beatles got me shut down the other day or something.
Certain songs will get will get it pulled completely, or you'll get a claim, which means that you don't have to pull your video, but if you happen to start making like enough attention off your video, they might make some money, and if they do well enough, you make a pinch off of it.
I don't make any money live streaming, Cody. Not a penny.
Well, I know that. I'm saying that's usually what happens. Because I get them all the time. They're not strikes. They're just claims. Or it's like, hey, your video's been
However,
from YouTube.
there's some videos that aren't posted on my channel. If people want to see them, they have to type them in by name in order to see them because they're not posted on my channel. They call those private because they won't post them because the Beatles played or something like this. You know what I mean? I'm going to post that, Boots. I know it's been a while. I considered posting it, but I didn't. I'll post it now. I told you, Boots, yes, that's Gal Pal.
Where's TV?
Oh, Gal Pal, he's sleeping. He's fast asleep. He's on the couch downstairs with his feet up, sleeping.
But I mean, is he asleep for the night or?
I don't know if he's gonna get. I'm not. He was pretty wiped out. Hey, OE. He was pretty wiped out. OE, what the hell are you talking about?
My roommate Jill made beer in the toilet.
What? Beer in the toilet?
Read Mountain Man.
He was pretty wiped out today, so I hope he sleeps all night. I hope he sleeps all night and feels better in the morning.
And the only thing that beer in the toilet makes me think of is whenever I chose to talk my uncle into playing quarters with me, which is a bad idea because my uncle was a champ at quarters when R.I.P. got rest his soul. But he spent time in the military, so they played quarters, and he got really, really good at it. And I was probably 14, 15, and maybe 16. And he said, "Oh, Tim," and then he started whooping my butt. And then he looked at me at one point and goes, "Hey, man, you're gonna have to start winning." I'm like, "No, you're gonna have to start losing, man." And I was like, "Well, why?" And he's like, "Because you're drinking all my beer." I'm like, "Well, then stop winning." I can't help it if you kick ass at quarters, and I'm playing against the king of quarters. I mean, shit.
Quarters is a game that you can actually get good at by practicing.
Oh, it can be a fun game. It makes me think of that ring game in the bar that like we put the ring on the hook, and that one's a fun one.
I don't know, out in Wyoming, right in Wilson, Wyoming. In fact, at the Stagecoach Bar, they keep a tumbler with 5 dice in it, and it's $1 a roll. So you put $1 in, you roll them. If you come up with 5 of the same number, you win all the money in the can, right? And so we would stop at the Stagecoach Bar on our way home from work and have a couple of soda pops, and we would all take our turn, give our $1, and roll the. We would do this day after day after day, right? We would do this. One day I was with my buddy Nick, and I was actually I ran a concrete company, and I would often buy my guys rolls or buy them beer because I was the boss and they were my employees. So one day, my buddy Nick, sitting next to me, came up with 5 5s. He won $1,200 out of the fucking can.
Oh shit!
And then he tried to split it with me because I had bought the roll. I put the money in the can for him to roll. And, of course, he bought the whole bar around. The first thing he does is buy the whole bar around. And then he tried to split it with me. And then I told him, no, you don't have to do that. You rolled it, not me, whatever. And then I regretted it afterwards. But it was the right thing. You know what I mean? It's a gift for me to him that I bought. He'd been we would stop every day and roll these dice for weeks on end. Nobody ever won. One day, Nick rolled 5 5s, and we all sat there slack-jawed.
How often do you think people won it?
Not very often. It's hard to roll 5 dice and have them all come up the same number. I don't know what the odds are, but I know it's not good odds. So
And it was
Bar
$1 a
Yahtzee.
roll. It was $1 a roll, right?
$1 a roll. He won the best part of $1,200 that day.
So there was 1,200 people, 1,200 times it had been paid for.
Since the last roll. Now, bear in mind that me and my crew were putting like $5 or $6 in every day.
Bar Yahtzee, baby.
Not to mention all the other construction crews that would stop at the stagecoach to have a soda pop after work, or anybody else at any time of day that would have been in there. Yeah. Now, he's not the only person I know who won it. I knew a guy who told me they had won it like 2 years prior. And I forgot how much they told me, but it wasn't 1,200. I think it was somewhat less than 1,000, but probably like 700 or 800 they told me they had won. Like 2 years prior. Rye Davis. Good to see you, Rye.
Oh. Right.
Now, Gal Pal, you were a bartender, right?
Yes.
Did you guys at your bar have any of these shenanigans like that? I'm not sure it's legal. I'm not sure what they were doing was actually legal. But in Wyoming, it'll surprise you what's legal, believe it or not. In the state of Wyoming, you can pull up to a drive-up window at a liquor store and buy a mixed drink in a plastic cup. From a drive-through window.
That started with this sick thing, like what? Because why they gotta be able to make money, so they have that down here now. You can get like drinks like that to go. I'm like, bro, that's a freaking problem. You just hand over a liquor drink in a cup that's just with a straw and shit, something in the cup.
When I lived in Pennsylvania, you could only buy liquor in a liquor store, a state liquor store, and you could only buy beer at a beer distributor. You couldn't buy it like at a convenience store or anything. When I moved to Tennessee, you could go to a drive up and buy beer and liquor. I was totally freaked out. I was like, what the fuck?
In Wyoming, they will serve you a mixed drink in a plastic cup through a drive up window. Now, the law in Wyoming as follows. There's no open container law. In Wyoming, you can drink in a car as long as you're not driving. That is to say, if you're a passenger or sitting in the back seat and you're drinking, there is no violation there. And
I wonder how many people have told I'm driving a Tesla, sir.
So I think, of course, that makes more sense because what do you care who's drinking in the car as long as the driver's not?
Yeah, as long as they're not driving.
Yeah, as long as they're not driving. So therefore, you can buy a mixed drink through a drive-through window. Of course, the driver can't drink it. He has to hand it to the passenger. You know what I mean? He or she, I should say. Sorry.
I miss beer barns, man. Them things were nostalgic to me.
Anybody like Joe Jet? Anyway, so like I said, I don't know if the dollar a roll was legal or illegal in Wyoming. I'm sure in some states you're not allowed to do that in a bar.
They do that. They do that here on the island.
On the island, they do that. Well, you guys are like a whole separate country out there, right?
Yeah.
You go your own way and do what you want, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, I had a funny thing today at work. Passing by the bathroom, and I smell weed, and it was tourists. Apparently, they didn't know that. Shoot, you can be outside, smoke your weed. It's legal here in the state of Washington and other places. But it was like they went into the bathroom to, you know,
They thought they were
do whatever
hiding
they
and
had
they were
to
doing
do.
something that was perfectly legal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
All
fade
right,
him out? Did you tell him, look, you don't have to stink up the bathroom?
I had to a couple times pass by the bathroom, and it's like, oh, come on, man.
This is why
Had to be a
vape
tourist.
pens are good. Vape pens, that's what vape pens are meant for. So you don't even have to like. Because, dude, I'm in Texas. I am conservative and have common courtesy for others, even though I smoke cannabis, and that is why people do not bother me about it, even the police. That said, there is a time and place for things and a way to do so. So, like for me, when I used to go play poker sometimes up at the casino, you used to be able to smoke vape pens in the poker room, and or even cigarettes. I think a while, but back when I going at that time, and so they cut out vape pens and everything in the poker room, so you'd have to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette or whatever. And down there, if you had a vape pen and it was your garden, you could walk around and nobody except for those that knew what it was, whatever, and you could be it's blatant about hitting it. How many people will walk around with vape pens? But and it didn't smell the same, really. So it's a more incognito, respectful way, in my opinion, really, to if you want to partake and you can handle your stuff right, that's the way to do it. But there's even still, like, because in some places, because some places be cutting out the use of vapes altogether inside. But I mean, I don't understand what the hype is about weed. I'm like, that hype shit over it really is over with, really, in my opinion. The fact that it is this close to being legalized federally is why the hype is over. I honestly thought the hype was over.
I'm pretty sure in Jackson you buy beer at the supermarket, Mountain Man. In Jackson, you buy beer at a supermarket, by all means. So
Yeah.
Sheridan might have an ordinance, probably.
The local Kroger has a hearty good section of beer, to be honest.
We don't sell beer in our grocery stores.
But not liquor. You can't buy liquor in the supermarket.
No, not
Yeah,
liquor.
we can't buy beer in the grocery stores either.
Not in Maryland?
Nope.
We got
I wouldn't
liquor
think so.
in the
I
grocery
wouldn't think
store.
they would do something like that there.
You can buy them. You can buy it in like convenient gas station stores.
Yeah, I may be mistaken, Mountain Man. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I don't know if the supermarket. We used to get cases of PBR cans, 24 PBR cans for $8.99. Trying to think of where the hell we bought them. I remember we would walk in and pick them out. It might not have been the damn Albertsons. I got to think about that.
I looked at what PBR stood for, and then I realized, like, I looked at years ago, and I'm like, and this was after I had a PBR, and I did not like it at all. And I was like, how did they get the blue ribbon from it?
PBR won a blue ribbon in 1896. Okay? And they made the most out of that.
Oh, it's so gross. I think I'd rather drink a Still Reserve and then still think I'm not gonna. What about who remember? Oh, I know there's people in here that remember it, but what about
Okay,
Mad Dog
Rye, have a
2020?
good night. What did Rye put up? What's his post go to, Doug?
Who remembers Mad Dog 2020 though?
Thank you for coming, Ryan.
God.
That was more like of a wine type of drink.
Oh, there's my chart.
Well, you can get liquor at grocery stores in the state of Washington, wherever they have it.
It might be dark. I'm gonna go outside and have a cigarette. It might be dark
Okay.
out there, so you might not see me much.
Okay.
You know, that's just what it is.
Only the shadow knows.
Yep. I'm still getting used to my environment here in Texas.
Yeah, I can still see you, Doug.
There we go. How's that?
What I forget,
Yeah,
Doug, what
yeah.
state are you from?
I beg your pardon?
What state are you from? Because I forget if you don't know if you're comfortable saying or if you have in the past.
I'm from New York.
Oh God. Whoa.
Where you
That's
thought
a
I was
total
from?
culture shock and a total weather shock for you, I'm sure. Damn, that's why you said so pop. It's okay. I got family from the north. I got family from out that comes out of Ohio. So some of us got stuck up over in Kentucky, and then the rest of us got flung over here down in the south, down in Texas. I got heavy Native American blood in me.
Boy,
My
you were
great
getting
grandfather or my
you,
great great grandfather was a full blooded Native American. Or I believe the Kichi tribe is what my grandmother I think told me. Makes sense why I feel okay about being outside and camping. I'm one with nature. I'm all cool with it.
you're working away at that copper. You spend.
Well,
It
it's
takes time-
getting
it takes
wadded
time
up, and
to
I'm
get
about
that.
ready to start making some snips to get it out because it.
Brian, what's your weather been like?
When my brother used to, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's
Oh, I just said Brian, the weather's been.
46 and cloudy, but it was 3 hours ago. It was raining a little bit, lightly.
You're on the East Coast, then, aren't you? A little bit.
Yeah, West Coast. Yeah.
Oh, West. Okay, well, okay, because
I told you, he's on San Juan Island.
that's in Florida. That's getting a tidbit of what we got here in Texas in terms of cold and rainy weather, or wet, cold, frozen.
Yeah. Yeah.
49 and 46 is doable. That's easy to deal with. That's easy.
Well, my boss is from California, so he's since January of last year, he moved here on the island, and he just cannot handle the winter weather. Here, I was born and raised in Washington, and I'm wearing shorts and t-shirt and
Why did you move out to San Juan?
Just what I know of Washington, because I'm infatuated with some of the outdoor scenery and weather systems. I was a kind of a nerd, that grunge nerd, growing up. But based off what you're saying, you say island, you make me think like you're in an area that sees a lot of moisture, and it gets cold during the winter seasons for obvious reasons.
Nice, Dutchman.
Well,
Dutchman's a
I heard Doug like saying why I moved to San Juan. My girlfriend at the time was living here on the island with her teenage daughter. I was living in Seattle, and I always, even though I've never been to San Juan Island, I always tell her, it's Gilligan's Island.
Hmm.
So April of '98, I spent the weekend here, and she showed me the sights and all that stuff. And then, like, less than a month later, I moved here on the island. And after about 4 years, then we went our separate ways and all that stuff. But I've been here since May of '98, and it's I like it. It's peaceful. Yeah.
You told me once there's about 2,500 people live on the island.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And in the summer, during the tourist season, that number triples or something. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm used to stupid questions or questions like, "Am I in Canada?" No, you're not in Canada. No.
Oh,
There is
that gives you a better idea where you're at.
At the Ace hardware store, there's the Washington flag, but also the Canadian flag. So people get kind of confused, whatever.
Okay.
What time do the whales come out?
Oh, that's cool. That's
I don't know.
cool.
In Buffalo,
What
New
about
York, they sell the Canadian flag too.
But see, here's the thing.
In some of the major stores, and people would be in there asking that same question. They'd be walking around, all of a sudden they'd be like, "Are we
That's what
kidding?"
you're talking about. The goofy thing is like, I'm in Texas, so if I walk into a store and I see a bunch of flags and even one of them's Canadian, this or that, or from another country, are we super close to Nairobi or some shit? Like, what the fuck?
My dad would always be like, "What a bunch of dumbasses." he would never crack a smile or nothing. He'd just be like, "What a bunch of dumbasses, Al." And he'd just keep moving along. I mean, he'd be like, how are they 1 minute they know they're in America and they're still like in the same place, and then all of a sudden they look around and they're like, "Are we in Canada?"
Well,
These are the kinds of things that some people do that boost my confidence about my intelligence.
Well, and then like the many times that I've taken the ferry and I arrive in Anacortes, the ferry terminal, when you're like leaving the place, there's a sign saying entering Washington. So maybe that's why people are like, "Hey, am I still in Am I in Canada?"
See,
No.
now I might get
Still
that a little
Washington.
bit in a place somewhere like on the Great Lakes, because there are islands on the Great Lakes that are part of America that they're actually in talks of whether or not they should give over to Canada because of the stipulations that have that exact issue that you're talking about, and how a lot of stuff has to go through America to Canada, and then it's just easier for them to ship it to Canada and up to an easier ferry shipping point versus down further south of one of the Great Lakes, because there's one of those islands, up there. Like that, I understand.
Well, there's in history, whatever, as far as San Juan, there was I'm not really a history buff, but there was this thing called the Pig War little thing, and it had to do with British,
Yeah.
with San Juan.
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
if
I
it's
kind of have
ruled by
vaguely
British
understand.
or
In
American.
Minnesota, there's a spot of
Yeah.
Minnesota. I think they call it the Angle. It's up on the Lake of the Woods, and it's a piece of the state of Minnesota that sticks right up into Canada.
That's the one I think I might be talking about. And it's easier
Yeah.
for them to ship their food and all this stuff through Canada.
Well, the
because
people who live in the
it's
Angle, the Americans who live in the
it's
Angle,
shorter
they
path.
do their shopping in Canada. You know what I mean?
Right. It's just easier in terms of shipping or getting stuff over there.
In fact, my second wife lived up in northern Minnesota. Literally, you could see Canada. It was across the river, right? And there's a bridge that goes across. And a lot of the people in her town, like her football team, I believe her school athletics would also play teams in Canada because they were closer and or whatever.
That's a weird one. That's those are the types of things like how do you manage that one?
Yeah, there's part of
I guess the bureaucracy of it just a little bit is kind of interesting.
there's part of here on the island where you can see part of Canada, and it looks like you could just swim maybe for an hour and you're in Canada. No, it's just an optical illusion. No, it's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
far.
That's-
You're pretty far, man.
that-
I'm like, oh yeah.
That reminds me at one time years ago when my mom went to go see a friend that was up in Washington. And she was like, when they were sitting there, because they could walk out on the porch or be in one spot, or they were going down the road, whatever. And she saw a mountain, and my mom saw a mountain out in the distance. I don't know exactly which one it was, but she goes, "Hey, I'm gonna go there. Let's go see that." She goes, and her friend's like, "Sweetheart, that's like 4.5 hours away." She goes, "What? But it's so close." Yeah, because
Probably,
it's a mountain, but it's like 4.5, 5 hours away, one way.
yeah, it's probably Mount Rainier. That's the highest point.
She goes, "That's an entire day's trip to get there and back. That doesn't count what we're gonna do when we get there." So that's like a week planning. Oh, and then a week going there and making sure everything goes just right. And then hoping you don't get stranded out in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and then they can't find you.
Yeah, Mount Rainier.
Yeah, one. I think it was Rainier. She.
No, why would you say that?
I think I even tried to explain to my mom at the time. I said, "Mom, was it? Did it seem kind of hazy?" She was, "Yeah." I said, "That's because it's 4.5, 5 hours away."
Hey, what's up?
Ooh,
Steve Douglas here tonight.
Yeah.
How you doing,
Steve.
Steve? I don't understand why you would ask that question.
I am good.
Did I say something, Art? I don't remember I ever said anything. I don't understand the question, but anyway.
I know I'm late to the feed, but what is Cody building?
Oh,
Is he building?
This is
Dismantling.
well, I know it's this is
Dude, he's reclaiming copper for recycling purposes.
money. No, not for recycling. Money.
For money, same thing. He's reclaiming copper.
You're thinking about recycling.
Super
When
Mac.
I pick up trash and plastic and throw it in a recycling bin because I have
No,
no
not at all.
purpose or way to get money for it, that's recycling. This is for money. Let's be fair.
All right, don't misinterpret my sarcasm for
Oh.
It looks like you're making some kind of super magnet.
Oh yeah, man, that was
when I first saw these, I was like, ooh, because I'm a bit of a nerd, and first thing I thought was, ooh, the possibilities of just the fact that it's in this form and it can be refurbished if really wanted to take the time to build and do, which I'm smart enough and have the OCD to do it. What a lot of people confuse ADHD with is, oh, he's not focused. No, he's just not interested. He's just not interested. He just doesn't care. He's focused on something else he likes.
Dude, you need to take up Legos, man. It's much more
Oh God.
They
Lego.
don't make me money.
Or
Legos cost money.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you. That would just make me the 38-year-old dude that still plays with Legos.
Steve, Cody says he has a 5-gallon bucket with 100 pounds of copper in it.
ready for sale. Yeah.
Not they were cool, but
You can melt
I've
it
been
down.
thinking about buying.
Mix.
I've been thinking about buying a few different Lego sets, and I'm all thinking specifically right now. I'm thinking Star Wars Lego set that I could build that would be fun and cool to do. Nah, okay, you're not the New England Patriots, so I'll let you slide.
They're going to the Super Bowl.
I'm sorry. I can talk shit all I want because I'm in Dallas area. I am a Cowboys fan. We have the Jerry Jones curse. That stupid rich idiot doesn't shut up and be rich and let the coaches do their damn job.
Yeah, you guys got the worst kicker in the league. That was crazy.
You bring on Jimmy Johnson, man. Why do you do that?
Guy can't kick it. Couldn't kick the broadside of a barn.
The problem with that
we-
one, man, is you got to steal someone's car to get their catalytic converter.
Let's reiterate this. The Jerry Jones curse is so bad they have redesigned the game of football due to a football game we Cowboys were involved in. And now football is not football anymore. So, because first to kick a field goal in overtime wins. That ain't fucking football. Get the hell up out of here. Just saying.
Just saying.
If Jerry Jones is so smart, why the hell is he still working with a flip phone? That said, with what I know about technology, it's not a dumb move to have a flip phone.
The
I
Chiefs.
mean, you can still be
Chiefs
trapped with it, but it's a lot less invasive than a smartphone.
The Chiefs aren't even my team. My team is it used to be San Diego, but then we went to LA. And a wise man once told me, stick with your division, which is Raiders,
I've heard that.
Chiefs, and Broncos, right?
AFC West.
Broncos.
Right. Yeah. So whoever loses,
Wait, you a Broncos fan?
my mom
Really?
is a huge Bronco fan.
I'm teasing you, Steve. I'm teasing you.
I'm saying whoever's left, right? For the divisional playoffs. Like, so if the Chargers don't make it, then you go for either KC if they go there, which most of the
Oh
time.
no, I used to irritate Cowboys fans because I am in the heart of Cowboy country. It don't get no more Cowboy country where I'm from, where I grew up in the school that I went to, and I'll explain that here in a second. But I used to irritate them. They're like, y'all gonna love my second favorite team. They're like, why? Who is it? I'm like, the 49ers. I'm like, what the hell, man? I'm like, dude, listen. Neither the 49ers nor the Cowboys would have their namesake if it wasn't for each other. That is what they're known for back in the 80s. I mean, it wasn't the Cowboys, it was the Niners.
I remember in the early
For the
70s.
Cheeseheads and Broncos, so I have respect for those other two teams as well.
In the early 70s, they had Ed Too Tall Jones, right? The Cowboys did. And they were playing the Steelers. And I was impressed. Ed Too Tall Jones was all over it, sacked the quarterback like 4 times, caused a fumble and picked it up himself. And I thought that guy was great. But I was like 9 years old or something at the time. And so I used to think I liked the Cowboys because of Too Tall. Staubach was the quarterback, I think. Right?
And you're right. That was there were places that are painted with by artists and stuff that refer to Staubach. Like, I mean, that's a very influential name in the discussion of the Cowboys. And back in my day, in the hometown that I grew up in, when I'm in the heart of Cowboy country. So much so that my hometown, their their name started. Their city was Coppell. It started with a C, so their name was the Coppell Cowboys. We, on a good day in the right spot, on a clear day, you could look in the right direction and see the spiral staircase from the practice field before they moved it out to practice permanently out there in California.
About Too Tall Jones, I would just comment this. He said he went into boxing. It's true, Mountain Man. But do you know what Too Tall did to stay in shape?
Punch
Too
Watermelon?
Tall Jones did ballet.
Ballet.
Yeah.
I'm not shitting you. He did ballet because it kept
Yeah,
him in
ballet.
shape. Yeah. But he did box. I knew he did a year, maybe a season of boxing, maybe a couple. I don't think he was very successful at boxing. Right?
Boxing is dancing, you know.
In fact, speaking of Coppell in my hometown, not too long ago, a couple of years ago, there was someone that was drafted from my hometown to play for the Cowboys. Now I think he was like second or third string, so he wasn't really like. But he got noticed and mentioned in the news, and oddly enough, the young man's name was Cody.
Oddly enough.
And he came from the same high school that I went to, and I was like,
We've had a
what
couple
the
of
heck?
guys from my hometown high school go into the NFL. A couple.
Dude, if I hadn't messed up my knee and got a chance to properly get into football, I think I would have done great in football. Because at 15 years old, I look like I kind of do now,
Look,
and I
Jennifer.
don't look like big or fat per se. I got a bit of a gut. It's kind of all up right here. That's it. But at 15, I weighed 200 pounds, and I didn't look like that. So when because I couldn't get in, an issue with my knee, I didn't get into football like I wanted to. I ended up going in the high school and trying to get into wrestling. And when he called out our names to do a weight check, and everybody heard me say 200, I heard like 3 people gasp because they didn't see the fat. They didn't really see a big gut, so they were thinking, "Damn, what kind of muscle is he hiding?" I mean, I got muscle, but I got a micro keg that's right. That's hiding the 6-pack, folks. That's what that is.
You have a heavy soul.
Maybe that's his who. I've had people ask me, and like I said, I spoke of having Native American blood in me, and people have asked me sometimes when I'm not like upset or nothing, or I'm just like whatever.
Well, you said it was your great grandfather, right, Cody?
Yeah, my great grandfather or my great great grandfather.
Okay. Well, that's a long way. That's a long ways from you.
It's just almost like if within the realm of being able to get your card if you can prove it, but that takes a lot to do. It's hard to do, and I think the tribe that my grandmother told me my bloodline's part of was a smaller tribe, so it's even more difficult, and there's a whole bunch of stipulations to it. But anyways, I just got a brain fart. What was I talking about? Sorry.
Oh, that we were talking about Brian needs another beer.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm gonna go to the store to get another beer.
Yeah, I was going to say, man.
What?
I'm
But
out,
you only
but I'm
get
just gonna
one?
I'm just gonna leave my phone here and
I wish you were here. You could have some of my beer.
Right? Right. Why don't you take us to the store with you?
We can play in your park when you're gone.
You can take us to the store with you, Brian.
Yeah,
Hey.
Dougie Doug is mobile, dude. He's YouTubing all over the planet in his car, and you got to get on a plane next.
Oh God!
It's a small
Have fun
island,
with
so
that
I won't be gone too long. But I'm just gonna leave my phone here.
No, I won't.
Up to you, Brian.
It's only a 3-hour tour, is what he says. But
Yeah,
It's probably longer than that.
Okay, serious question. Serious question. If you could be any of the characters on Gilligan's Island, who would you be?
I want to be the professor, man.
I was thinking you would be the professor, yeah.
I'd be Gilligan.
Actually, Actually, no, I take that back. Because the professor's a freaking idiot. Because if he can make coconut radio, why the hell they just stuck on the fucking island?
The professor had it down though. He could jerry rig that radio.
Man can make coconut radios, but they're still stuck on the island for 43 episodes.
Listen, the professor made all kinds of devices.
I have.
Like they had a bicycle to generating whatever. Yeah.
But the professor,
I have all the episodes of Gilligan's Island.
What do you need the coconut
DVD.
the wire for out of? Coconut hair? Are you gonna make coconut wire?
He's 3 hours behind us, Mountain Man. What time is it? It's
I'll be right back.
midnight. It's only 9. It's only 9 o'clock where Brian is.
Yeah.
So the professor was always lusted after.
There you go.
Right? The chicks wanted to hit up on the professor, so that would be a good choice.
Right, Brian is why I exist.
I think Gilligan. Everybody loves Gilligan, and there was always room for improvement.
Yeah, well, I'd be Gilligan because he doesn't know what's going on all the time, and he's just all happy. And he's just like,
He's smart. He's playing stupid
Was
cards really
anybody
well.
a bigger idiot than Jason Howell III?
but he doesn't know he's a stupid idiot, so he's all whatever, right?
Or maybe that's what he wanted us to think.
I remember when that was like one of the only TV shows you could watch. It was like Gilligan's Island, Flipper,
Flipper. Dude, I remember Flipper.
What's it? Shazam, what's his name? Damn, Gomer Pop.
Well, Superman, Batman.
Oh, Batman was good. Batman and Robin.
Yeah, but it was ridiculous, you know. Like even as a kid, I'm like, this is bullshit.
I like Sigmund and the Sea Monster.
Sigmund and Sea Monster, yeah, all those.
Gumby. I used to watch Gumby way
Oh
back.
yeah,
in the day.
Gumby, and then there was like a religious. After
Davy and Goliath.
yeah, David
Yeah.
Goliath came on after.
Oh yeah, David and Goliath.
But they're like, here's some sinful
Three
Gumby
Stooges.
and Pony,
Little Rascals.
Little Rascals. Yeah,
Twilight Zone.
Well, the Little Rascals, of course, were a classic.
Jesus.
How do you get over that? You know what I mean?
My mom would tell me, you got to go to bed. And then I would stay up for 3 hours to watch 2.5 hours of like Little Rascals, Three Stooges, excuse me, I Love Lucy, and
I Love
Twilight Zone. Until they start, like 3 months in, they would switch the
Jason.
schedule with a bunch of new shows and shit.
I used to stay up late with my parents to watch Monty Python's Flying Circus when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a good one.
They would let me stay up. They would let me stay up to watch Monty Python with them.
and
Mr. Bean was a good one for me.
correct me if I'm wrong. When you watched Monty Python as a kid, you were like, "What?"
I would crack up. I thought it was great. I really did.
Yeah, I know you do, but then you go, "What was that even about?" You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, it's not a show. It was just a series of skits.
Roberts.
I went to the drive-through with my parents, and we watched Meaning of Life in like 1982, I think.
Meaning of Life. That was a good movie.
Yeah, Monty Python's.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning of Life. What is that? Monty Python, or am I thinking? No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the movie Life of Pi. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I assume everybody used to watch Benny Hill as well, right?
Life of Brian. Yeah, Benny Hill.
Life of Brian was a good movie. Benny Hill was great, though.
Yeah, well, when you're a boy, Benny Hill was awesome. You're like, woo! He's like boobies and.
Who knows the British show called? It was a very short one. It came on for PBS. It's where usually I would see it for being here in the States. But it was a very short show called Posh Nosh. And it was a cooking show where they made goofy innuendos and weird British posh, like smart ass comedy comment. It was goofy. It's like one of them was like, today we're going to make spotted dick. And so, yeah, it was just goofy, posh-nosh humor. It was,
There's some good comments. I haven't seen any of those, Cody. I'm sorry.
oh no, you're good. It's hard for me to keep up with the comments. And then there's Pam and my copper that I'm drinking.
Oh, the
And I'm
Gong
smoking.
Show. The
I have a
Gong-
comment for Art. Art, were you at Shan Camps this
I
afternoon?
remember that one.
And Land of the Lost was mentioned, which was I watched
Okay.
Land of the Lost.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's kind of a stupid, goofy remake, but like the one with Will Smith, Will Ferrell.
Yeah, it was great.
I asked Art if he was at Shan Camps this afternoon.
I loved it. I love that. And
We
we were
I
quoting
think
that
of,
movie.
and that's when he's touching the crystal.
Oh yeah. Do you believe in life after love? He's like, feels so good. Yeah, Danny McBride.
Don't let me touch this.
Oh, Brian's back already, dude. Jesus, that was fast.
Yeah, there
You have
it
a
is.
teleportation, like.
I think he lives above the store.
Oh, the store's downstairs.
Last name was good, Dutch.
See,
Last name was
if
funny.
he's from like New York area or some places like that, that's the benefit to what I think living in some of those places is that you literally take a hop and a skip and a jump and you're right there, or you just walk downstairs. Like every time I think of somebody that, or when they talk about a scene in a movie where somebody lives above a Chinese food place, like you know how awesome that would come to me. Like you don't have to go very far. It smells good all the time.
Oh, look at that. What you got there, dude? The earthquake? What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Gravity beer. Coming to you in 3D.
But this one is instead of 19.2 fluid ounces, this one's 24.
Speaking of beer, I've done demolition work a little bit, once or twice, and one of the times I was doing demolition work to help gut and pick up some of the last bits of the Dallas Morning News building, and I actually on my channel somewhere have videos for some of it, but I came across old Pool Tab beer cans, old liquor bottles, like stuffed in the walls that were empty, and like beer cans and soda cans that were pool tabs. One of them was some Mickey's, or I found an old Seagram 7 bottle, which really hasn't changed that much with the Seagrams. One of the things I found was an old pouch of beech nut chew. Oh, damn. It was kind of nostalgic. It's pretty cool. I love pool tab cans.
Sibs has like cops outside. I could see the flashing lights.
Dobie Gillis. The many loved of Dobie Gillis, right?
Oh God.
What?
Is that what you're talking about, Mountain Man? That had who played Gilligan? What was his name? Bob Denver?
Yeah.
Denver, and there was
Bob something.
Richard Crennan.
Yeah, Bob Denver, yeah. Now, the Jackie Gleason show, I didn't think was the funniest show ever. I did not think that about the Jackie Gleason show.
Dude, I
It was
watched a
all right.
lot of
It was all right, but it wasn't the funniest
The
show
Price
ever.
is Right.
The Price is Right. Yeah.
I stopped watching that when they got rid of Bob. I was like, I can't.
Tisk.
Dude, that's my. I have an uncle that on my mother's side that
Lawrence
by
Welk.
marriage that was actually on the
Lawrence
show
Welk.
Price is Right, and he actually won the whole thing. He ended up winning the showcase.
My grandfather he'd say, okay, it's Lawrence Welk all day, and he would just put that on. And it was Lawrence Welk, and that was it. And it was either that or golf or college basketball. So I learned to hate all three of those fucking things.
For me, it wasn't golf. Although my mother did work for a company that's big on golf, I never got into it. And during the era of when golf started becoming big, there was another sport that also sort of got big during that time, and that was bowling. I got into that, and I actually traveled the state of Texas quite a bit. I've bowled in a league for years. I bowled all over the state of Texas in state tournaments. Was actually sort of popular or a celebrity. Like, I didn't realize how popular I was until I was like across the state of Texas, and some kid walks up to me like, "Hey, can I get your autograph?" I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "You're kind of popular." I'm like, "Not really." He goes, "No, but you are. Like, everybody talks about you, man." Like, I used to bowl really, really well as a kid. I mean, really well. But I got my grandmother was the inspiration of why I got into it. She got me into it at the age of 5. I had like 2 bowling balls by the age of like 10. I had 2 of them in like 2 different bags, or a big fancy bag or carrying case.
Yeah, I used to enjoy like yeah, because remember bowling was on NBC like
Yeah,
on
bowling.
Sundays.
Bowling was
You know
big
what, for me?
where I grew up. My parents were in a bowling league, and bowling was big where we had 2 bowling alleys. We all went bowling on the weekend.
See,
And
for me,
my
I didn't
parents
realize how like
bowling shoes and bowling
hype
balls.
I didn't realize how hype it was for some of the stuff I was doing, because I was doing a lot. I was traveling this all over the state, and my team actually placed in the top rank all the time. And so I didn't really realize until one day. I mean, I did programs. I bowled with professional PBR, or not PBR. Excuse me, that's bull riding.
It's PBR.
So I was at rodeo too a lot too as a kid. So,
PBL.
but I didn't realize until one of the years that I went to a pro-am that I was like, man, there is a lot of people here. And my grandma was like, "Sweetheart, you're at a very big important event, and you're one of the top teams. This is it. This for when you're at your age. This is it. This is the hype. You are in it." And I was like, "All right, whatever. You know, it's just me having fun and bowling." Until I realized, and I turned around during bowling in the tournament.
Benny Hill show was great.
I turned around and I saw a camera that said ESPN on the side of it, and that's when it clicked for me, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is serious."
Also, there was Battlestar Galactica, which was
I never watched that.
I used to watch a lot of Stargate.
I watched the first movie with Spader, and that was
I watched the show and the movie.
And then the original Star Trek, you know, it's just like
Star Wars, sorry.
It's on.
I like the original Star Trek.
The original Star Trek. It's on. I'll watch it. You know, beep 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 beep, and just like, you know, everything's fake, and then all the first.
Though I had a friend tell me that he said that Star Trek did, or I think it was Star Trek, did get the effect of what it would look like if you went into warp speed, of what actually light would look like if you went into warp speed. They got that correct. As instead of seeing whatever other way they've shown it, you would see streams of light because you would be moving that fast.
Curling art, really?
Curling.
Business could be at risk, but thankfully there's Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 most trusted tax relief firm.
There we go.
Over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, shit.
Professionals have the expertise and experience to help you put your tax debt to rest. Call now and get your free consultation today. Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199.
What is that emoji? That is a curling stone. I didn't know we had a curling stone emoji.
I noticed that specific emoji a few months back. I was like, they're throwing out some new ones. That one caught my eye.
I think it weighs 15 pounds.
The curling team is like 5 people, you know, and most of them are just scrubbing the ice as the thing goes.
Yeah, as the thing goes along.
This is what I think this is how I feel the emoji scene is going right now. Anytime we see a new emoji, it's because someone called in and said, "Look, we don't have this type of emoji. Damn it! You start calling in a bitch, and it's like, look, we need one of these." A few weeks later, it pops up.
I like this guy.
I like to figure out algorithms and how the computers work. Like I know, like if you'll notice in the chat, like if you type something years ago, this used to not really happen. But when you type something in the chat and you hit enter, quick, it'll hit the screen in chat and it'll flash real quick. And what that is the algorithm of the computer system or program reading your comment to approve or not approve, or see if it violates what they think is enough to not even allowed to go up. And it'll either stay up there or it'll blink and then disappear.
Brian, hold that up. Hold on a second. I got to get a picture.
Doug, make that big.
I got to get a picture of it. Hold on. Because, oh my God. Hold it. We're like a very penguin freak family. Beautiful.
They're not bad little critters. They're just noisy.
Thank you. Oh, good night, Newfie.
Not Newfie.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the movie Scream.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you for coming, Newfound. I appreciate you being here. You're welcome to come up on the panel sometime if you want. You don't have to come on screen. You can stay behind your avatar.
What, really? From Newfoundland?
Newfoundlander Ingalls family lives in New Hampshire. And the other day, he lives in the coldest place on earth.
Mm-hmm.
The other day, it was like 94 below zero there.
Yeah.
Where exactly is this? Because they said,
where exactly is what?
Where exactly, like, or roughly? Should I say?
It was only the coldest place in the world that day. It's not like on average the coldest place. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that on that day, it was the coldest place on earth. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll try that sometime.
I can't even stand 50 degrees, not alone.
All right, I'm holding to your word.
Dude, we got down to 11 degrees down here in Texas a couple weeks back. Or about a month back.
Walk out of there.
But see, you know what's funny about that is around here is people freak out more about cold weather and frozen crap than they did over like the sickness, that you know what I'm talking about. Like more stuff went off the shelves during frozen weather than that. And they, for whatever reason, they can't drive in the crap. And I have to look at them like, people, I'm from Texas. I grew up here. But you guys make us look bad. Why? Because the Northerners are like, bro, this is nothing.
So, Cody, you see my name?
So I'm thinking you're not. You're my neighboring state.
I know, but what happens in New Mexico is that there's no snow for 9 months, and then all of a sudden it dumps on us. And everyone freaks out. Everyone crashes on the freeways. They call in, school is canceled,
But it's the desert. I'm like, yeah, but there's elevation.
I'm just saying.
Right. It's
no,
ridiculous.
here on the
Like,
island. Last Tuesday.
A few years ago when we got that heavy snow and stuff, I actually have video of it. I'm like, dude, we got snow drifts up to my knees, son. It's not, dude, Montana, come get your kid. And I saw some dude hauling through, like, road trains over grabbing. This dude's in a big truck, mind you, which is probably better. But he's driving like it's not like there's no snow, no ice, and he's heading down a hill that I know comes to a stoplight. That is coming to a red light soon. Because I know the lights that well. And the bottom of the hill stops at the light. So if you're moving that fast, I'm like, dude, you're going to slide through there and I'm going to hit crash. So I immediately stop and I just listen. And I'm like, where's the skid and crunch? And I didn't hear it because I wasn't that far away. But I'm thinking, well, if he's driving like that, he's got to be from the north. Why? Because no one down here drives like that. They're all scared of it. Don't make no damn sense.
Well, winter is officially over, because I think Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow or some
You
shit.
think winter's sure.
It's not over.
No.
It's not over.
Dude, we're just
Hey,
now stepping out right. It's cold for me, but I think of winter. When I think of winter being gone, I think of northern states having good weather,
Oof.
because I've experienced summer north in Ohio. That's amazing. They get like 2 solid months of amazing spring-like weather that makes me angry. It's not fair. I'm like, Mom, can we go back up and visit Aunt Jody and stuff like during the summer for 2 months? Down from the block, my Aunt Jody had. I found it. I'm a little scared. I go do what I got. I want to leave the parents behind and go do my thing. But I found this little creek bed that was limestone rock, and the water had to have been from a spring because the water was so clear. And it even pulled up in a big pool that came up to like here. So it was the perfect, just like hangout spot. Had a little, it was amazing. And you could get up to here in water and look down and see your toes. No problem.
Hey, Pat, the topic seems to be whatever Cody wants to talk about. That seems to be the topic.
Cody's on fire.
He seems to be running the show tonight. He's doing a pretty good job too. So
I'm just mad because I'm from Texas. I know what I've seen northern Sunday.
That's not an excuse.
It's ridiculous. It's not fair.
Yeah, shut up and pull your wire.
The coldie. She says the coldie.
Just messing with you, bro.
No,
You're fine, Cody.
So
you already know. You already saw it in Doug's face when he was like,
Whether the price of eggs and old TV shows. Did we talk about the price of eggs? I don't even remember that one.
Oh God.
Well, the price of eggs has gone up. The price of eggs has gone up fourfold from what it was 2 years ago.
So I wanted to address Sibs. It looks like the cops are at her house.
Are the police knocking on your door, gal pal?
No,
He said that
watch her video. Well, look at her video. Look, looks like there's fucking cops outside of your house.
What are you talking about? Her video?
Yeah, if you watch Sibs.
Is she one of those people that hadn't taken down her Christmas tree yet, and she's got her red lights on?
That is the fucking flashing red and blue goddamn Christmas tree shit.
I'm still celebrating.
He's got a fucking mule.
See the lights flashing on
They're
the
still
wall.
knocking on the door.
Go away.
Boom, 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 boom. This is a welfare check. Sibs, are you in there?
God.
Is someone listening to fucking Eye of the Tiger?
No, nobody's listening to Eye of the Tiger.
I thought
Certainly not me. I'm not.
I just heard it.
I hear it now. I hear it. Dio, baby.
Is it
You
Brian?
know Dio?
It's definitely not Sibs.
That's what it was.
She listens to Mozart. There it is. I fucking hear it. I know that song.
You can see his stripes, but you know it's clean.
It
That's
is
what
Sibs. She's jamming some fucking Eye of the Tiger.
The fun fact, before he was in Dio or that group that he was in a group called Rainbow.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Look it up. I did. It tricked me the hell out a little bit when I first heard it. Or looked it up.
I just did a whole deep dive into Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and
Well,
like,
that's
Well, maybe
good.
they'll play
I like
some.
that group.
I didn't know Lake was in King Crimson, which is crazy because King Crimson's crazy. If no one's heard King Crimson, you should definitely check out King
It
Crimson.
sounds familiar to me.
And then Emerson blew his head off. He was all, pow.
Classic rock. The Eagle.
He shot himself.
I heard that.
And the drummer Palmer died of, I don't know, cancer or something.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer had a couple of good songs, not least of which was Lucky Man.
Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
That's it.
I've seen Styx in concert.
They had
That was a
another
good
one, Carnival, right? What was that song called? Carnival?
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
And then
Carnival.
that one that I totally hated when I was a kid was welcome everybody, welcome to the show. It was, yeah, I was like, I like
Cody,
Pink
there's a
Floyd.
question for you here. Wait. You can address Slayer Cat directly.
Scrap and copper.
Shredding copper.
He's salvaging copper, Slayer Cat.
But it's all watered up really bad right now.
Dude, how are your
He's
hands?
salvaging copper for money. That's what he's doing.
You should wear gloves, dude. You're gonna cut yourself.
I'm fine. This isn't that type of wire. It's not that. This I am very, very conscientious about that because I have had instances with wire that'll scare the bejesus off you.
Every time I mess with wire, I either one get electrocuted or two get poked by it. You know, like it's like what
Well, that don't bother me so much anymore.
guitar.
There's a reason why they call it spider wire for fishing line, though.
But yeah, that's the only wire I mess with. Are guitar strings, and they still poke me and slash me in some way or flick me. You know, like pain in the butt.
So is that
Yeah, I'm always
$8?
worried about that day that the guitar string snaps and it flies off and pops you.
Yeah, right in the face.
You like headbanging and it snaps off. Oh, son of a bitch!
Damn Chiefs, bro.
$1.94.
I've actually been to a few good concerts.
$2. $2 a ticket.
$1.94.
I've seen REO Speedwagon, Ted Nugent, Edgar Winter Band, Aerosmith,
Wow.
Slash twice, 9 Inch Nails, Megadeth. Well, I didn't stay for Megadeth. My dumbass friend fucking talked me out of not staying. I can't believe I didn't stay.
Yeah, I've seen Megadeth a lot. They always either open for Metallica, you know, or Slayer, blah 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 blah.
Dude, I made eye contact with Ted Nugent himself when he was mid like vocal scream, and he looked over at me because he gave me this look because I'm like, dude, what are you doing here? You're like, what's someone your age doing here in the middle of the crowd by yourself? I'm like, what are you talking about? I grew up on this music. And so the entire crowd looked over, and to this day, I still every now and then I look for footage from that concert. Can't find it. Looking for that moment when he looks in the crowd and all the freaking cameras span over to go, what's he looking at so intently for?
It might be out there.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I just haven't found it yet. That was also the same concert where I got in the middle of. I told myself, I said, dude, the vibe here is amazing. Like, I could feel the aura of the crowd. And I was like, I want to feel it all. And I got right in the smack dab middle of the crowd. And that was at the time, the band that was playing, which I can't remember who it was. The drummer was getting ready to toss sticks into the crowd, and he tossed one, and then I screamed as loud as I could, and I guess I got his attention because I didn't know if he was looking at me, but it looked like he was looking at me, and then he threw the stick, and then everything went in like slow-mo mode, like crazy, and I saw the stick coming at me.
This is a good topic. So, Doug.
Yeah, he's
Well,
on the phone.
He's on the phone.
Oh,
But real
Right,
quick,
well, I
the
was
stick
gonna
came right at me, and I literally did not have to move. I just stuck my hand up and was like, unfortunately, I didn't hold my hand fast enough, and it bounced behind me and I missed it. Sucked. But the
Back
whole
in the-
crowd felt my pain. So
go,
Back
Brian.
in the 90s, I sat down with Eddie Vedder in West Seattle.
there you go.
Yeah.
You just won the whole fucking night.
And then one day I was like, almost bumped into Chris Cornell from Soundgarden again in West Seattle. And he looked at me, he's like, whoa. Because I was like daydreaming. I was like looking down, and he was exiting the sports bar that I was regular at West Seattle. And a couple of the members of Soundgarden would hang out there, and of course I knew that, but I wouldn't bother them. But I almost bumped
Randy.
into Chris Cornell.
Yep.
Yep.
So I have a 6 degrees of separations as with Chris Cornell as well.
When
So
Chris Cornell almost walks up to you and asks you, "Are you okay?"
no, it wasn't personal. What happened was I was in a heavy metal band in San Diego, and I was passing out my DVD or my CDs, of our 4-song demos to everyone. Then inside the demo had the flyer for our next show, right? So I'm like, hey, we're opening for Corrosion of Conformity and Zeke at the Brick by Brick. And so I throw these CDs that everybody can see, and I'm on the San Diego Freeway 163, and it's gridlock, right? Like where cars don't move. I don't know if you've ever been in like gridlock traffic.
I live in New York. I've been in gridlock.
Right. LA and San Diego, same thing. So everybody's just like creeping. No one can pass, all that shit. And I see this truck, and it's got all these like rock stickers on the back of it, like Tool and Slayer and Metallica and all this. And I'm like, hey buddy, you rocker? I like roll your window down. And he rolls his window down, this fat tubby guy, and I fucking threw him the CD through, across my truck and into his lap. He catches it and he's like, thanks. He's got the info. And then we eventually split up, because traffic starts moving. I got to get over and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then I get a phone call like 3 hours later, and it's this chick, and she's all, hey, did you throw a CD to my husband? And I'm like, yeah, what? I wasn't hitting on him. What the fuck is this about? And she's like, no, it's cool. He loves it. He listened to it, and he knows the guys that you're opening up for. And she goes, do you know who Tad is? And I said, Tad? I mean, like Seattle Tad? He's actually a hero of grunge music. And he quit music and he went down to San Diego.
Slayer Cat is here.
Hey, Yumi.
Hello, Slayer Cat.
Hello.
Anyway, so Tad, I'm almost done, Uni. Give me a second. And then so I hook up with Tad, who is Tad. We jam out, which is insane. I go to his house.
Wow.
And he's got this guitar, and I'm like, ooh, that's a nice guitar. And he goes, yeah, Chris Cornell gave me that.
Oh.
And I'm
Oh,
like,
wow.
I went, oh,
Wow.
can I touch it? Of course, right? Like,
What an odd question.
Can I touch it?
so that's my 6 degrees Chris Cornell story.
Cool.
All right, cool. No, that's
See,
cool.
that's the type of person I would have been. I've been like, can I touch it? Because I was a kid that would
Yeah.
spend out. I would take the time to go up to the Guitar Center. And
Let's
spend like
say
an hour
hello
and
to
a half.
Slayer Cat, shall we? Slayer Cat, how are you this evening?
October 21st, 1 hour.
Great. All great.
It's afternoon
It's
there,
not
right?
evening, it's still afternoon.
I'm your 65. The Stones from Tattoo You on your
So, it's afternoon there, Slayer Cat?
Yeah, still
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. I saw your comment about you wish we had Indonesian subtitles. I don't know. If I was smarter, I could probably arrange that, but I'm not very computer literate, you know?
Yeah, but you're getting there.
I'm slow. I'm slower than molasses. I'm just slow.
I think that's doable.
In winter.
Oh,
Oh, goodbye, Slayer.
Yeah.
Oh, so she was from
in Indonesia.
Dougie Doug, man. Reaching across the world, bro. You're a superstar.
Slayer's been on my panel before.
You're just a superstar, man.
No, sir. That I'm not.
You're getting there, whether you like it or not, bro.
No, sir.
You're on Letterman next.
Letterman.
Yeah, look, I have him going to Pakistan with a guy I met in Pakistan.
Yeah,
now.
where is our Pakistani friend today?
Sibs,
It's early still.
Sibs is making Pakistani friends.
Yeah.
Yes, David. I'm at Terry's house.
Okay,
I'm in his
so-
guest room live streaming, and he's downstairs sleeping. Okay.
So I met a guy that does screen prints, okay? And then I'm a mod in his place, and a guy came in one day. He's also religious. He's a preacher. And a guy came in one day and called him sweetie, and the guy got all upset. And I said, hold on a minute. I went and checked his channel, and he had 1,000 subscribers, and he was from Pakistan, and his channel had a ton of stuff on it. So I had to come back, and I'm like, Wayne, chill out. The guy is from Pakistan. I believe there's like a misunderstanding in like how they would talk to people in their country. And the guy's in there, going, I believe in God like you and bless you for having a channel. And, Wayne's like freaking out on him. And then Wayne's like, okay, Alice, thanks for checking on it. And then he goes to look at it. So then I go the next day, the guy live streams at like 7:00 in the morning, and I'm up and I go to it. And he's like, hey, my American friend, thank you, blah, blah, blah. And then I tell Doug. So we go there. He's on real early because in Pakistan, what are they, Doug? 10 hours ahead of us or something?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
no, they're like, I think 8, 9, or 10 hours ahead of us in Pakistan.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call it ahead. This is a whole different reality almost, because when we're in dark, they're in light. When we're in light, they're in dark.
Well, not only are they in light, but they're actually in, not now anymore, but they're like, they can be a day ahead of us at some time. We could be Wednesday,
Wow.
they'll be Thursday.
It's kind of cool, you guys. When
Look who woke up.
he starts out, he's like speaking to his, when you go in, because people are from over there. He can speak Hindu too
Need
with
your
the
glasses?
Indians, but he ends up being like your typical Pakistani you see on TV. He puts on
Right.
sunglasses
Let me see
and
that.
like
This is what Terry drinks when he wakes up.
Yeah, Terry!
Where is
What's up,
it?
bro?
oh yeah, TV finally got up.
I
There
love
you go.
fucking A, man.
That's what Terry drinks when he wakes up.
Let me go get my.
How you doing, Terry? I'm Steve.
Terry.
There's Cody, Brian.
Here, get on the front.
All right, hang on a minute.
Or you can sit next to me either way.
No.
Yeah, sit
Listen,
next.
you be the subject of conversation here,
Yeah, get in here, bro. Terry, come on.
Come on,
Come on,
Terry.
Terry. We need your best story. about your favorite
Boom.
Let me get my glasses. I'm back in there.
how you got injured.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to
Speaking
learn?
of alcohol, I have an idea for something that I think would sell really great at games, and it's called Burr Nachos, which is beer battered nachos somehow. It sounds really yummy.
Travel for 15 hours is equivalent to a
What is the weather like, A-Cat?
Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free.
What is your weather?
Sunny. It's
Sunny?
great with the sunny. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mary Bernie. It's sunny? Is it warm?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hey, Mary Bernie.
Kind of nice outside right now here.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, so Albuquerque was like frozen, and then now it's like 60 degrees, and I'm like, oh shit! Now I have to do yard work.
Yes, Art. That's a cat. But she goes by Slayer Cat now. Hello, Theta. Thank you for coming. But she comes on the panel as Yumi, but in chat she's the Slayer Cat. She used to be a cat.
Where'd Terry go?
Terry went to
Mary.
said he went to get his glasses. That's what he said.
Yeah, I want to hear a Terry. I want to hear
Terry
a Terry.
can't sleep.
I want to hear a Terry story.
What's his story? About the pig?
What, Terry?
Queen Bee, thank you for coming. Hello. Glad you're here.
Queen Bee, Queen Bee, Queen Bee.
What, Beyonce's here?
Queen Bee.
Uh-oh. Here you go. I knew this would be coming up.
Let Sims playing some Sabbath?
No, I'm listening to the fucking radio, man. What's the matter with you?
Which station is it?
There he is.
Terry, if you have a chair, you can sit here with me. But I've only got one chair in this room.
What the fuck? Get another chair.
Yeah, now I see. Okay, I see Mr. Brian, Miss Charlie. Somebody's
Howdy.
spinning their fingers around.
That's Steve
Howdy,
Douglas.
Terry Bee.
Yeah, in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And we have Slayer Cat with us.
Stop
Well,
it anytime.
hello. The one who says, "Oh, you troll me. You say I'm a man." I don't think so. It wasn't me.
Take it easy, Terry.
You were a little mistaken.
Terry, take it easy, will you? Okay, thank you.
No way, dude. Get another chair for Terry.
All right, let's see here.
Terry didn't bother to get a chair. He sat on the bed.
Dude, that guy's got some stories to tell.
Come on back, Slayer Cat.
He's from Texas. Of course he does.
I know.
Don't let Terry frighten you.
Terry will build him another chair.
I was nice to her, and then all of a sudden one day she's all over.
Man,
Okay, but we have to
and he's
talk
from
about
Texas. Of course he's got stories.
All right, let's start. I'm gonna.
Well, you know, we're not going to talk about it here now. That's for sure.
Who can talk about their first car crash?
The first car crash? I got to think and remember. I think I rear-ended somebody when I was about 18. They were making a left off the road, and I was eating some chili or something while I was driving my dad's Suburban. And I was doing about 20 miles an hour. And I just hit them, and they were turning, and I don't think they had their blinker on, but that's my story. I certainly didn't notice it if they did. And I drove right into them at about, 18 or 20 miles an hour while I was eating the chili.
Boom. All right, Brian.
There we go. You gotta take the volume off. Like off.
Passed by a school bus with the
Is it?
stop sign.
That's not good, Terry.
Who's got their
Man.
volume up
No, it's
on
fine.
their
You,
YouTube?
Not
you
me.
gotta mute your YouTube and
I think if you're silent, it will. If you're completely silent, you gotta like. Okay.
Let me try again.
oh fucking hell, man.
Slayer Cat, you don't have to go. You can stay up here.
Yeah, stay, please. I was just trying to straighten that out.
You see, he gets all worried about this bullshit in chat, like as if it actually matters, and he takes it personally. So he has to talk about it because it makes him feel better.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I'm a real person.
Talking about Cody?
For some reason, some people take chat personally, and they probably a very bad idea to do that, in my opinion.
Look at the chat. All right, Brian, you crashed into an ambulance and killed people?
No. I passed by
We'll try it again.
no, I passed by school bus.
Nope. That goes together. It's reverbing.
Didn't crash into
All he has to
anything.
do is silence
How's
his
that? That would be better. They'll still hear you because they'll hear you through my mic.
Yeah, that's working.
That works.
Okay.
See, I silenced him, but we can still hear him.
It's called reverb.
Oh.
Mr.
yeah,
Womack would know about that.
musical reference. No, all you have to do is mute your YouTube and keep the
It is. Look,
StreamYard.
see, StreamYard's the only thing up.
All right. I'm just saying.
It doesn't.
He doesn't have a YouTube tab up, only StreamYard.
I used to get busted for it all the time. Doug's like,
Okay, now let's see. I see Miss TR there, Mr. Natchez, Mr. Mountain Man, Miss Slayer Cat, Mr.
All right.
Art.
You don't see Dr. Chillax?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Mr. Natchez, dude.
Mr. Who?
go, Brian.
Okay, and Mr. Brian.
No, I already
There he
said.
is.
What's up, Doc?
Go,
Dr. Chillax, say hello.
Oh,
Oh,
What are
he's
you
up and down, huh?
come here.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Go, Brian. I'm listening.
You said Dr.
No, I
Chillax is come running
No,
right
my-
over the
No, I passed by a school bus with the stop sign, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Did you hit a kid?
Nothing. I didn't hit it. No.
First he said an
Passed
ambulance.
by.
He's,
and
not he's unraveling.
New Mexico Doug's like,
You see what
"You
he's doing?
killed
Oh, an armature?
me." And he said,
No, he's salvaging copper.
Oh, well, it's an
And
armature
you're like,
that
"Did
you
you kill
salvage the
kids?"
copper off of.
Yep.
Come on, you guys.
But he's cutting it and tearing it to shreds. He's certainly not trying to, wrap it. There we go. That's the way. He says he has 100 pounds of copper in 5-gallon buckets
Nice.
at $4.04 a pound today. He says it's taken him over 4 years to accumulate.
Oh, I remember you. It's me.
Perfect.
Well, that's just barely doing it. Not even doing it really
I
well.
remember you were on a stream like a long time ago.
Who, Terry?
Yeah, Terry.
You've met Terry before, I'm sure of it, Steve.
Yeah, but he wasn't on video. He was just. It just said it's me.
I think everyone, yeah.
I thought it was Doug.
No, it's good. That's good branding. You know. Hey, I'm anonymous. But there you are. So tell us about your first car wreck that you ever got into.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't get in car wrecks. It's been motorcycle,
There you go.
it's been motorcycle wrecks.
You've never been into a car crash?
No,
No one's ever hit you?
no.
That's amazing.
I know, huh? Especially the way I drive.
Which is safely.
Call it what you want.
I'm just saying. But yeah, Brian hit some school bus kids.
Oh,
Brian's left the building.
No.
All right, Sibs. It's Sibs' turn to talk about her first car crash.
The first one? That's not the exciting one, though. You know that.
Okay. So the very first time I was in an accident with my car,
That's what he's asking me.
I hit a mailbox.
A mailbox?
Yeah. And
Well, I
that
thought
was
only
because
females
my
had
first,
boxes.
That's because I like did a maneuver to miss a deer. And that was the first time I had a car accident.
First and only time, huh?
No, oh no, not the
Oh,
only.
she's had several near-death
Oh,
car
no.
accidents.
Okay, this is great.
Almost
Right.
deadly.
Tell us about the second car crash then.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Once
my.
again, that may not be the one you're after.
I was in Tennessee, and I was coming through the spur between Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, and I had a brand new Chevy Beretta,
Ooh, pretty.
and it was a 5-speed, and it moved very fast.
Yeah. So you
And
you spun
I
out.
I was a little fucked up. And if you've ever been on the spur between Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, it's just like open highway with no roads coming onto it except for one or going off.
That's
And
awesome.
there's no houses or anything. It's just like woods. And you can fly through there. And it's like, and I flipped it and rolled it down over
Oh
a
my
bank.
goodness. Yeah, you're lucky to be alive, eh?
Oh, that's not even the worst part. I started having seizures and like wiped out for quite a few cars. I got dragged by a tractor trailer down the highway a mile underneath it.
Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to picture that.
I went in, you know where the fifth wheel is, where they hook together?
Mm-hmm.
I was in my son's Honda CRX. In the
Oh.
front
Oh,
of it,
damn.
the front of it went in there, and the tractor trailer dragged me. And as it was dragging me, because it was going down and around up here off 70,
That's when
it like sucked it in more. And then all of a sudden, when it come down off from a bank and went around, it spit me back out into 3 lanes of traffic.
Jesus.
And I
You said
spun all the way across.
CRX, and I just immediately pictured, because I know what a CRX looks like, and specifically, I'm like, damn, that's a small car.
Tiny little cars.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons it went under there like that. And then it spit me out, and I went all the way across into the guardrails between the east and westbound traffic, and ended up in the fast lane with the car sitting facing out into the traffic. And me and the tractor trailer were the only vehicles ever involved in the whole accident. And it dragged me a mile down the road. The truck driver didn't know until he looked in the mirror and saw sparks flying out and was like, what the? And then he started, when he went down around the one curve, he could see the car stuck in there.
Yeah. I'm sure he felt it, but he didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah, he didn't have any idea.
Wow, that beats
And it broke the
all of my
front
story.
axle off with the wheels and allowed the car to come down. And when the first guy that came there was telling me as I was coming to, I'd had a seizure, so I didn't know exactly what was going on. But he was pushing down on my legs, telling me not to move. I would bleed to death. And of course, I'm coming slowly out of it, looking around. And I'm like, no, I can feel my feet and stuff. And he goes, no, your feet are probably gone. Or they're at least like ripped up, your boots.
Jesus.
Whatever. And I'm like, no, I can feel my toes. And he's like, no, don't lift them. He kept yelling at me, trying to hold them down. And I kept grabbing my jeans, and I finally pulled one up. And I still had my boots, my feet.
I knew Sibs had a story like this. I just knew it.
I have
Okay.
several life and death
Hold on.
stories.
Hold on. Sibs has a third story.
Your
Your third car crash.
Oh, that was probably like my, let's see, I had 3 before that. I had that one. After that one,
See what you started, Mr. Doug?
I had another one when I first get in on 70 up in Ellicott City. I wrecked and went off through the guardrails on 70 and down over a bank and rolled a car. And mind you, when I had 4 of them, I didn't have a driver's license because they'd taken it from me because I had seizures. But I was raising my 2 children and trying to get my son through college and my daughter out of high school, and I was raising them alone and paying on my house, so I had to drive to work. That was my only means of transportation, was to drive.
For sure.
So I was like,
what city did you live in?
Steve, I would venture to say that Gal Pal has been in more serious accidents than anyone here, and probably most people.
6?
Car accidents.
yeah, those accidents were all over seizures.
Is that right? That ain't right. That way. That's
And
right. There you go.
I had seizures because I got meningitis and basically died. And they took me off life support and I lived.
Hey, Mr. Dutch, back to the TV. You asked me about. Remember when you used to pull the tubes out of them and take them to Save On to be tested?
yeah, tubes, dude.
What kind of tubes?
So he was talking about the copper in the TV.
Well, in fact, what Cody was telling us earlier was that the old TVs yield so much copper that it's profitable to find them.
Well, that's why they used to be so fucking heavy.
Yeah.
But the tubes in them, when your TV didn't work, you'd pull the tubes out and go over to Save On, and they had a machine where you could test your tubes.
Save On.
And you look what number it is.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
buy new
Okay,
tubes.
so
And you can
CRT, yeah,
so Steve,
CRT TVs, you could depower them sometimes too.
Gal Pal's first accident, she hit a mailbox. My first accident, I rear-ended a guy. I wasn't going very fast. What was your first car accident?
Yeah, there you go.
It was when I first got my driver's license, and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go up to my girlfriend's house with my buddy," and my parents are all, "Okay, cool."
Why do you take your buddy to your girlfriend's house? No, that's a joke. I'm kidding.
Oh, I know, that is stupid, but he's coming with me wherever I go. I was like 15, and I pull out of the driveway backwards, and just slammed right into my fucking cousin's car.
Perfect. So your cousin's car was stationary, and you hit a stationary car.
Yeah, the most idiotic thing you could fucking do. You just drive out and just slam into it's like a movie.
No. Okay, so Terry's never had a car accident. What about you, Brian?
No, no, not me.
Yes,
you never had a car accident?
Good job.
Yes, you
Cody?
have.
No, I've been in a car accident, but it was.
But you weren't driving.
Wasn't your fault.
No,
Okay.
no.
You
Cody, what about your first car accident?
Miss Cat, don't
Cody.
Miss Cat,
What's
don't
up?
worry my joke about.
Okay. Hey, let's not harass people here, please.
Well, that's all she does.
Okay, well then maybe you don't need to be here, Terry. I don't know what to tell you. We're not gonna
Well, dude,
we're not
she
gonna
can
sit in
and I can't.
okay. We're not gonna sit in my chat and harass people.
No,
We're not
we're
gonna do that.
We're
Okay.
not.
Good.
They're merely responding. You said you got total harassment going.
Where's the harassment?
And I get a fucking ration of shit. What the deal, dude?
What did she say?
I'll talk
I'm
to
not
Terry.
really doing that because I wasn't really doing that. I was kind of joking with
She
her
said
because I
she's-
actually like her.
I do
But
too.
what's with
So.
your fucking problem, man?
I like Terry, dude. Calm down, Terry.
Terry's a good guy.
This lady-
Hey,
this
Cat's
lady
good too.
lady is cool. I like her. Like I said, all of a sudden she decided I wasn't. I don't know that I was playing games with her or trolling her or something, and I never did that, man. So yeah, it upsets me because I'm not going to put up with fucking bullshit. That's a fucking fact.
She'll figure it out, Terry.
I wouldn't worry about it, Terry.
You're not gonna figure
I'm
it
not
out.
worried
You're not gonna
about
figure it out
actually.
here. That's
and
for
I'm not
sure.
engaged. Like everybody else can play their shit, but not me. Okay.
But I don't believe that you've never been in a bumper accident.
No, someone backed into my truck once.
Yeah, but he
Someone
wasn't
backed into my truck
driving though.
when I wasn't even in it. It was parked.
All of us here have been in a bumper type accident.
Well, I won't go into how many times I've eaten shit on motorcycle and broke crash helmets and all kinds of other good shit. Tore my boot completely off my leg and all. Gloves flew off the hands and all.
Oh, are you a Harley man?
That's not. Nah, dude. Motorcycle ain't a motorcycle unless it can climb yonder hill. I pull up by Harley and say, "What kind of car is it?" As a matter of fact, you know the ones that are all custom framed with the big giant fucking back wheel on them?
Sure.
Some of my friends in San Diego started that shit.
See, that's why I never ride a bike because I know I'd probably die at.
Well, that's why I didn't ride bikes on the street very much because cars actually can't see you and you probably get run into.
I lost 2 high school friends to motorcycle accidents.
Yeah.
I lost a couple of car accidents in high school. A couple of friends.
Yeah.
The one of them was doing about 100 and didn't make the curve. Surprising? No, not very.
Right.
And went off the road into a tree, and that was it for him. And then the other guy got, I think another friend of mine, there was 4 of my friends in the car. One of them died. They got T-boned by a drunk driver. And they were all probably juniors or seniors in high school at the time.
Jesus, can you imagine like that pressure, you know? Like manslaughter
What do you mean?
charges and all that shit.
No, not on StreamYard. On YouTube, you can.
Yeah.
My dad lost his leg riding a motorcycle on the sharpest turn in Dallas County.
I haven't heard Cody's story yet about his first accident. You going to speak up, Cody?
I haven't had any accidents, though the closest thing I've come to having an accident was when I was, so I had chosen to leave a situation when I was under the influence of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Not a smart choice. It's doable, but not smart. But I chose to leave a negative situation that was building. And when I got home, me and my friend, I basically thought the gate would close the apartment complex. It wasn't, and it disappeared. And then shortly after that, coming around a turn, I almost ran into a bunch of bushes on a grassy area that I shouldn't have been on, that I didn't get onto because they like magically jumped out of the ground. I was like, "Oh shit, bushes!" That's the closest I've come to, and I was like, that could have been really bad because I would have had to bite like a brick wall, a stone wall that was like this high. So it would have caused a lot of problems. Though I've been in a few fender benders when other people were driving. One of them I called out, and everybody turned around and looked at me like, "How did you know?" I'm like, "Oh." Because I called the wreck out before it happened.
Okay, and just for clarity here, I'd like to say that I'm not trying to air people's personal grievances on my panel. And that's why I have some issues sometimes. Okay?
Grievances, not grievances so much, dude. I mean, if it's on record, then talk about it. That's all. In my opinion.
Well, I mean, they could talk about it anywhere else, just not here.
Okay.
Anywhere else they want to talk about it, it's fine. No problem with that at all.
All right. So, who wants to say first? The first time they got arrested and taken to a police station. Terry's like.
I was taken to a police station when I was 18 for DUI.
Did you crash?
2008.
But it wasn't 18 was the legal drinking age at the time, mind you. But it wasn't an accident. I was pulled over. So.
Mine was too. It was also a DUI, and but before that, I got popped for what's the word?
Possession.
No.
When I was in high school, I was certainly police stopped me and took my weed, but they didn't arrest me.
It was stealing something from the mall. It was like a CD.
That's called larceny. When you steal something from the mall, that's larceny.
Right.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't go to jail for that, but they put me in the room, Like, you're stealing cassettes. And I'm like, well, it's so overpriced.
Shit.
Oh my God, that puppy is so cute.
I remember you talking about that.
Ozzy.
I remember you talking about that.
Ozzy.
Didn't you see the dogs on his live stream today running around when we were cooking the pigs?
Looking puppy.
Oh, there were dogs on the live stream today, yeah.
Oh my goodness. She's so adorable. Is it a girl?
Now, if you were saying
Ozzy.
to her since she's Indonesian,
That's
did you
Ozzy.
tell her that you had a Tongan with us eating the pig today? That used to play with the Steelers. He retired from the Seahawks.
What was his name?
Loney.
Oh my God, she's adorable.
What?
Loney.
Loney what?
Ozzy.
What would they know him by? Okay, well, you can tell the story, Terry. Let me just.
Called it puppy love.
Good puppy. Oh,
You want
that's
to tell the story about? I don't know the guy's name. I met a guy today who had been a Pittsburgh Steelers lineman like 10 years ago, more or less. He said that he was a pro football player for 5 years. He's a friend of Terry's, though.
Well, that was with the Steelers. Then he did like a year with the Seahawks. That's where he retired from. He went to LSU.
What was his name?
Loney.
But Loney what? I don't remember. I don't know. Never knew his last name. Okay.
But anyway, he's from Tonga. He was with us on the pig roast today.
He was Tonganese, yeah. Now, he told an interesting story about when he was playing with the Steelers. He said they went one time they went to play the Jets, right? And so whatever, he didn't say anything remarkable about the game itself, but he said later that season he went to play the Giants. And he got to the stadium and he's looking around and he's thinking, boy, haven't I been here before? That's because the Jets and the Giants play in the same stadium.
Yeah.
Right? Now, not only that, but he started out by saying he'd been in New York. And then, of course, the stadium's not in New York. The stadium that they play in is in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So he probably hadn't been to New York, let alone. Anyway, he was a nice guy, very pleasant guy. He had a bunch of kids with him there.
Oh, yeah, he has a full limit stringer of kids. I think he has 5. 6. Yeah, 6. The baby was in the house. 5 of them were out running around with us.
Okay, Doc, let's not get into it here in the chat, right? And yeah, I'll say this about Chillax. He's been with me since I first started live streaming. He absolutely has. He was probably at my first live stream, which is, probably 14 months ago now, maybe a little more, maybe 16 months ago when I started live streaming.
Well, you used to do the YouTube gig first before you started this, of course.
I would live stream on YouTube without a panel, yeah, but it's...
Yeah, and like your first one was pretty much driving out here, wasn't it?
No.
Huh?
No, I've been live streaming it for a while before then.
All right, you ready? So, Terry,
Huh.
first time you were ever uncomfortable or had a shitty experience at a concert?
No, I only went to one concert. That was in like 78 or 79, maybe.
Huey Lewis and the News?
So it was AC/DC, Frank Marino, and Amboy Dukes.
Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush?
Yep.
Why was it uncomfortable?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I got very uncomfortable once at a Grateful Dead concert, Steve. I'd eaten too much acid, and I started to feel like I was getting out of place.
The
You know what I
brown
mean?
ass.
I did that at wrestling practice.
Please report to the medical team.
Doug, tell me about the Grateful Dead bad trip.
Well, I don't know. I was probably just a little higher than I ought to have been. And so I got feeling weird. And so what I did is I kind of walked to the back of the venue. And we were in Oxford, Maine. They play at a speedway. It's actually a racetrack where they played in Oxford, Maine. And the interesting thing about in Oxford is that they had the vendors were in the stadium. Usually at a Grateful Dead show, the vendors are all in the parking lot. You know what I mean? The vendors, the people selling shit.
Yeah.
And well, here in Maine, they were all actually in the stadium in the back. And so I walked back from the crowd. I walked all the way to the back of the place, as far away as I could from the stage. I put my back on the fence and I sat down. And so I'm sitting there and I'm very, by then I just didn't care about where the people I was with were. I just didn't care. And you always find them late. You always find them later, right? And I was sitting there, and I guess I must have looked like I was not doing well because a couple of people walked by and like, hey, are you okay? Hey, do you need the medic? Hey, and all this. And I was just like started shaking my head and said, no, man, I'm fine. You just need to leave me alone. And they looked at me and they're like, you sure? And I'm like, 100% sure. Just leave me alone. and that worked for me.
45 minutes, I'll be fine.
Yeah. Just give me a little while. I'll be feeling better. But I think one of them asked me if they could get me anything. And I think they came with water.
That's
Sean's
called
here.
when
What's
the
up,
Maverick
Sean?
wave hits you and you go for the ride without any. You just gotta go with it. Like that moment in the movie Cheech and Chong, where he tells Stacy Keach's character, the cop, just go with it. That's what you gotta do.
That was when all my streams when you came here said 1 year ago too.
Let me see. Let me scroll
That
up.
was just like,
Sibs. Hey, Sibs.
look, there's where you got to my house.
There I am at Alice's. Yeah.
Sibs.
Right?
Yeah, you were
Have
like
you
about
ever
10
had a
years
bad
old.
experience at a
Yes. Yes,
remember
we
when
went
you were-
to a Superfest at
15
the
in.
Buffalo Bill Stadium. It was
No,
called,
16, because here I am.
I don't even know what they called it back then. Which stadium?
Elvis Presley?
Which stadium?
Oh, it's a three
Well,
on the
minus
bottom.
one.
Yeah.
Minus one.
It had AC/DC, Supertramp. I don't know. I had like 5 bands, or I don't even remember them all. And we got super fucked up and got into a fight with a bunch of other people. And the fucking cops came and dragged us outside. And then we
was that your
climbed the fence to get back in because we were banned from, once you left the Superfest, you were gated inside the fucking place and you couldn't get back out. And we tried to climb the fence and get back in and shit.
Yeah, girl. Go, girl.
Yeah.
Way to
We tried
go,
climb-
Galpa.
That's
we
what
tried
I
to
would
climb
have
over the fence to get back in, and they ended up
Pay no
pulled-
attention. Pay attention.
They pulled us
Pay no-
down, busted us again.
Busted you again. I was arrested once at a concert by the Fort Collins College Police. We went up and watching Otis Day and the Nights on the we're on the campus.
Oh,
On the campus watching Otis Day and the Nights. I was there with a couple of my friends, and one of my friends had brought the bong. And so we're sitting in the seat smoking the bong, and suddenly there's a tap on our shoulder. It was the college security. And then come to find out when they were surprised to learn that none of us were students at the school. They didn't know what to do with us then. So they were like, well, we'll call the police. And then the other guy said, just tell them, the other guy,
they're kids. We'll call the police.
the voice of reason, well, I was probably 24 years old, I don't know. But the voice of reason said, no, just kick them off the campus. And so they did. They didn't arrest us. But it was the campus security who came and got us for smoking weed, smoking out of a bong. We had like an 8-inch tall bong with us.
That's how they kind of were with us. But the second time, they were like, okay, that's it. You definitely are arrested. But we were teenagers from Pennsylvania, not New York State. So they started discussing the hassle of holding us, calling our parents, going from one state to the other. They were like, just get the fuck out of here, okay? Just get in your
paperwork.
And
I had that happen to me as well when they just like, this is back in the 90s, and they found my weed, but it was just a tiny bit, right? It ain't no fucking jar like this. It was just like a little baggie. Yeah, tiny baggie. And then they were all like, you either dump it down the toilet or you go to jail. And I'm all...
Oh, well, when we were teenagers, New York State, I lived right on the New York State line. My dad's property was like on the New York State line part of it. And we could go up over the dirt roads and we would go party in New York State. And they would pull us over and they'd take our weed and make us dump it out along the road.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they'd give us a field sobriety test and say, okay, you're the soberest, you drive home. And they'd put us back in the car and send us on our way.
Hour-long drive.
How the hell do we get away with
And
it?
then so you come back and pick up the shit off the ground.
We were from Pennsylvania. They didn't want to have to deal with our parents coming to New York State.
So
to get
what
us.
was the question? Was bad concert experience? Cody,
Yeah.
do you have any bad concert experiences?
I have had a bad cop experience in Tennessee. They
That's
beat
where
the
it
fuck out of
started.
me because I was a damn Yankee.
Fucking A, man.
And the
The
motherfucker was
closest-
kicking me going, we don't take kindly to you damn fucking Yankees coming down here. Well, he was kicking me.
But
She pissed behind a dumpster.
upon that question,
I wonder why I won't-
2 or 3 of you,
I think
I think 3 of you mentioned AC/DC. So my experience was I was at AC/DC and I got way too fucking hammered. You know what I mean?
well, that's easy there.
You go into an AC/DC concert, you're gonna get fucking hammered, and then,
That's right.
and then they start firing those fucking cannons off, like indoor. That's all. What is it? For those about to rock, fire! Bam!
Yeah.
And those things were firing off, dude. And I fucking was freaking out.
We were in a little hockey arena in
I don't have
San Diego.
PTSD. I believe in PTSD, but I don't have it. But that fucking gave me PTSD, dude. Like I had to split from that fucking place, dude. It was a mess. So that was my uncomfortable experience.
The AC/DC concert we were at, it was the first time they whipped out a cordless guitar. And they passed Bubba. He was all curled up jamming in the front row, passed him down the line over everybody's head, dude. It was fucking awesome. Because at first I'm pretty stoned, and I'm going like, hey, look, dude, the cord's going to get all tangled up. My buddy's like, it's got no cord, man. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean no cord? There's his guitar is cordless. I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. It was like first time I'd ever seen that. That was like 1978 or 79, man.
Yeah, those were like big old battery packs too. Like
I don't know what he had.
He wore
but
it. He
didn't
wore
have
it on
one.
his back, right?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
I think he wore it.
right.
When I was in California, I went out to visit my friend in 1978, and so I must have been about 13 years old.
I was 6.
And we went to the Day on the Green, and who played was the exact same lineup that Terry was saying. It was AC/DC, it was Mahogany Rush, and it was Ted Nugent. I guess they were the Amboy Dukes.
No, when I saw him, Ted wasn't there. It was the Amboy Dukes without him.
Without him, okay.
Here we go again now, baby. I like Ted Nugent.
Nugent was good. Nugent was he was
That was one of my best concerts I've ever seen. Was Ted Nugent.
Cody, your best concert was Ted Nugent?
One of my best ones that I've ever seen was probably the Ted Nugent concert that I went to was probably the best one I've ever been to because like I said, I had that moment when he looked right at me and I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a tall fucking order. I want to hear everybody whose best concert they've ever seen, starting with Sibs.
The best concert?
Sibs is
You
gonna
wouldn't
tell us
know.
the best
You wouldn't
concert.
know the artist that I would refer to.
I know you're gonna say Grateful Dead, dude.
No. How about Jerry Joseph? You ever heard of Jerry Joseph?
No, I'd have to
look him up. He had a band called Little Women. His band now is called the Jack Mormons, and I'd suggest you look him up. Other excellent concerts. They don't play in arenas. They play in bars.
Sibs.
I'm thinking. I don't know. I saw Foreigner in concert.
Fucking who? I'm gonna fucking.
And I think they were pretty good. I've seen them 3 times actually, and I did see Stevie Nicks. I love Stevie Nicks. I saw Stevie Nicks too.
I love Stevie Nicks too.
Steve, you know who the Minutemen were?
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
You know
Mike
the-
Watt, Mike Watt, and San Pedro Minutemen.
Yeah, I seen the Minutemen. That was unbelievable. It was the first time I'd ever been in a mosh pit.
I actually know that guy.
He pictured Doug in there.
Other good concerts I've been to. Other good concerts. How about the Meat Puppets? You ever gone and seen the Meat Puppets play?
Oh, Meat
I've never
Puppet.
seen Meat Puppet.
Terry,
Meat
you
Puppet.
sound terrible now. Thanks for giving me my
You never seen the Butthole Surfers?
I haven't seen it,
I
but
did.
you
Hey, here's my Butthole Surfers fucking story. Okay, so
Oh,
the Butthole Surfers
I love
opened up for
butt.
Stone Temple Pilots on fucking Coronado Island, which is a naval base.
Yeah, I know Coronado. I'm from San Diego, dude.
Right on, dude. Me too.
Where are you from?
I lived in PB for a while and then down to Oak Park.
No, I'm born and raised in San Diego.
Right on, dude. I'm fucking, yeah, I lived there for 16 years.
Oh, now we can't hear.
no, you kind of did that for someone's benefit. That's all.
So we're at the fucking concert at
Yeah, I know where North Island is.
North Island, right. And there's this, you know,
That's where they used to work on aircraft carriers, where they dock right there.
exactly. So this fucking Harrier jet flies by, and you know how they sound, right? Like
Yeah.
just loud as fuck, and they go whoa. And this Harrier jet flies by, and somebody saw New Order. And then Butthole Surfers throws a beach ball up in the air, and he shoots a shotgun and blows the beach ball to pieces. Whether it was air shot or fucking real 12 gauge shot, I don't know. I still can't wrap my head around it.
It could have been a jury-rigged beach ball.
Yeah, it might have been.
I doubt he was shooting live rounds in the air at a concert,
In San
right?
Diego,
But it
it's
happened,
called
and
the
then
City
Stone
Limits.
Temple Pilots came on and they crushed it, and that asshole from fucking damn it, that British punk rock band, the Sex Pistols, what's his name?
Yeah,
Johnny Rotten.
yeah.
He was the MC, so he was all. Nick
I think by then he must have been Johnny Lydon, going by his regular name, right?
John Lydon, yeah. And
Yeah.
he goes, yeah.
He never liked it. You ever listen to him talk? He never liked the name Johnny Rotten. He never wanted to be Johnny Rotten. If you listen to him talk,
That was 1993, and that was an awesome show.
Nice,
B-52s on your birthday, Art. That's fantastic.
nice.
So the B-52s came around lately, like a year ago.
Night,
We
Miss
looked.
B.
We looked into tickets, and they were asking, I think, $275 a ticket.
Damn.
Hey, did you like the barbecue, Miss B?
Wait, there's barbecue?
Anyone listen to Robin Hitchcock around here?
earlier.
Can't say I've heard of her.
Never heard of. Look him up too. You never heard of Jerry Joseph? You never heard of Robin Hitchcock?
Dude,
You know,
I
we-
gotta write all this shit down.
Yeah, I've heard of that name. Who's that?
He's a.
Green Bee.
Shit, I've
I used to go to his concerts all the time. I've been to many. He had a band called the Egyptians, and before that he was with a band called the Soft Boys.
fuck.
That would have been
No clue, bro.
That was in the 80s. So
Uh-oh, look.
I'm not a huge fan of big concerts. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. So I have a-
I'm not a fan of like stadium concerts. I'd much rather see bands play in a bar. Much rather.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So yeah, we were getting back to where we were talking about like bad experiences at concerts, right?
Yeah.
So
Let's see what's
one
wrong.
time I got so
Let's
fucking
see what's
wasted.
there. I don't know how my mic was working.
What was that, Steve?
Brian's all
Ah,
give it. Well, one, I vomited behind a Pac-Man, game machine.
Classic rock.
Because my cousin was all, we have to take Jägermeister. And I was like, I fucking hate Jägermeister.
Did
They're like,
get
no, we
that?
gotta drink Jägermeister.
Addicted.
Oh, and then I went right around the corner, and there was this fucking video game machine. I just fucking puked in the back of it.
Into the back of the Pac-Man machine. Did you go around and play Pac-Man after that?
I don't remember, dude. I threw up.
Really, was someone playing Pac-Man at the time?
No. No. Or else I wouldn't have done it. I would have just went, "Oh, hey, excuse me." Or
Take
I'd
it easy
keep on
with the
him.
answers. Oh,
I don't know. But yeah, there's I have like, and then there's like when I took too much mushrooms as well, and of course acid. But I always,
Okay, Dr. Chillax, thanks for coming.
always kept it down. You know, I mean, you got to keep it down.
oh, it locked up. So.
Don't eat the yellow snow.
Here, it's locked
Oh,
up.
shit.
No, it's behind. It's behind.
Here, mine was just.
This is behind, Terry. Look, this is behind. It's different, right?
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, look, see how that one's in the middle spinning? That one over there is not.
Let me catch up.
This was.
Let me catch up. Hold on.
I have seen
but it still shows up over there.
other
It's your device.
people. This is important. So I have seen other people have bad times at concerts. You know, where you like look over and you see that guy and you're like, "Are you all right?" And like,
Yeah, I was that guy in the Grateful Dead, so people were looking at me saying, "Are you all right?" Yeah.
yeah. Or the puking girl, you know, you're like, "Where's your friend?"
Well, it's the DBFH. There's one at every concert.
What is BBFH?
No, it's more than one.
The drunk bitch from hell. There's one at every concert for sure.
Yeah, and then you go, I'll take care of you, and then some guy jumps in and he's like, "That's my girlfriend." It's like, well, fucking, what are you doing, bro?
I was at a Jerry Joseph show in a bar once, and some girl would not stop trying to get on the stage and sing, and it was all anybody could do. And she was, and eventually, they have a guy there. You know, he got her and put her out on his shoulder and walked her out and put her out. She came back in. She wanted to get on stage and sing. I think eventually they got rid of her, but she was not gonna not go up there. You know what I mean?
You don't do that on an Afro Man contract. If you slap a bitch down. I mean, I seen that video when some chick tried to run up on stage and he just went, BAM! I was like, oh, shit! Damn! Let's take a cereal real quick. He got in trouble for it too, but I mean, I was like,
okay.
He really played her out. I mean, she came up running the quick, trying to be all, yeah, BAM! I was just like,
What was causing mine to
damn,
read
sweetie.
YouTube?
It's Jerry Joseph.
Jerry Joseph.
All right, I wrote it on.
I first saw Jerry Joseph in 1989.
I wrote it on my wall so I won't forget.
Okay.
He wrote it on my wall.
I do, dude. No,
Yes, the band was on Mr. R.
No, it just reminds me of what my uncle did whenever the ring was not finished. It was just
I
the
write shit on the
drywall a little bit, nothing done yet. So just, like, look, don't worry. Well, I'm gonna cover it up in a couple of weeks when I get done finishing the ring.
Oh no, the background's all blue, but if you look at the other side of my room, it's all white because I was like, I'm just gonna use this fucking white paint. I was like, because it's too dark in here. And then I'm like, I got this idea, like, oh, I'm gonna write all the lyrics on the white wall. So,
Doing it again.
instead of that, I write dumb shit that I hear on the internet.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cody.
Between these two, that one's working fine.
Well, that's not in
Solid.
YouTube.
This is the ones that are keep doing that.
Yeah, everything's like misspelled.
So you write the lyrics on the wall.
Well, I wanted to, but it's turned into just like sayings.
Now I'm thinking the song "Sound of the Silence." He says it's dark in here. The lyrics on the wall.
Well, yeah. So imagine your wall, Cody, behind you,
Yeah.
with just a bunch of scribblings all over it like a crazy person. That's what my garage looks like.
Something you might find like in a basement.
That's fine.
It doesn't always have to be in a basement, but like you go down there and there's stuff written on. Like someone's really gonna go down there and no one's gonna pay mind to it.
Did you reference a Simon and Garfunkel song, Cody?
No, I don't think so.
I was just about to say, Sibs, what's your favorite song ever?
My favorite song ever?
This is
Oh,
this
that's
is my one of the work, dude.
Blinded by the Light.
Really?
Oh my God.
You
Manfred
mean
Mann.
Bruce Springsteen's version, or do you mean Manfred Mann's version?
Manfred.
Man,
Right there, like a bitch, you know, go ruin the night.
I recorded one whole 8-track full of nothing but that song.
All right, Brian. I already know the answer.
Favorite song, Brian?
Oh God, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one. I've been. Let me just.
You know,
I would have at least 10 songs on my list of favorite songs.
Yeah, I know.
And probably none of them by people you've heard of.
You know, this is a tough one without me crying, whatever. But when I was a teenager,
dude,
when I was a teenager, "Love Is Like Oxygen" by Sweet. When I was a teenager, it was like, I like that song.
Oh, we've all been there.
I like that song, and then
car crash.
And then what my
Oh, I can't do it here. 'Cause this device won't
actually
do
what
it.
my brother did to my mom, and it kind of ruined the song. But as a teenager, it was I like that song. That was one of my favorites.
Tell me
You
the
know,
song again.
Love It Like Oxygen.
Oxygen, the band.
I gotta write that down so I can.
Love It's Like Oxygen by Sweet.
The song, Doug. You don't know the song? I know the song.
I liked it when I was a teenager. And then my little brother ruined it.
Yeah.
There's a good song.
Yeah.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
So you finger fuck with it when it's got a
Dude,
song, you know, it's got a
leave
good
it to fucking Brian to make it fucking dramatic.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood, huh?
Relax. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
My brother
Relax.
ruined that song.
Sound of Silence and Garfunkel. Yeah.
No, okay, so I was thinking of
But- Oh,
Philippines.
here's another one. I'm Not in Love by 10cc.
I know
like
that
one.
song. That
I
is
like
a,
that one.
That is a great song, dude.
Oh, I love that, man.
That is a
With
great
all the
song.
layers that they did in that song.
Right, and they
Yeah.
they might as well have been again Emerson, Lake and Palmer, but
Oh yeah, Carnival 9.
yeah, holy shit, 10cc, dude. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
10cc.
Yeah. I'm Not in
How about,
Love.
how about,
I
how
like
about
that
the,
song.
how about the MC5? They sang "Kick Out the Jams." Remember that?
Yeah, I did an MC5 kick back in the 2000s or something. Because
I was in high school when we listened to MC5.
I wanted to know what the big deal was about MC5 and
Well, they were pioneers in they were, well, first of all, the guy got arrested, right? That was the one thing. Kramer, what was his name? Kramer? He got arrested. That gave them all the publicity. But they sang "Kick Out the Jams, motherfuckers." That was the name of the song. And they put it on the album. "Kick Out the Jams, motherfuckers." And they had that gave them notoriety right there. You know what I mean?
so I would say that my favorite song is from Jim Croce.
Oh, I got a name.
Yeah.
That was.
I
really
got a
good.
name, baby. I got a name.
Mindy
Yeah.
Adams, hello, and thank you for coming.
No, that is a good song.
It
Wayne
encompassed,
Kramer, right? Yeah. That was in Wayne
everything
Kramer
I
from
was when I was
MC5.
a kid,
Yeah.
and it encompassed everything I was when I was an adult.
Thank you.
You know, like when I was getting out of the Marine Corps, dude, I was all, and I'm gonna go there free.
Was it MCRD San Diego?
Yeah, you know it.
Did you go to Camp Pendleton?
Yeah, I've been to Pendleton. Took some prisoners there. Also, did, forced training there. That was a pain in the dick.
29 Palms.
I lived in 29 Palms for 2.5 years.
Yeah. When I had my countertop company, we did a bunch of military countertops out there.
I got a tattoo in 29 Palms.
It was a cool place to off road, huh?
Yeah, and shoot, big guns. That's all we did was shoot big guns and go to
I wasn't going to say that.
They still had a drive-in movie. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's like,
Oh, yeah?
so we'd go to the drive-in movie, get fucking hammered, go back to base, do it all over again every week for 2.5 years, for crying out loud. It's like Cody. Like what Cody's doing looks like what I did in 29 Palms. It's like,
Repetitive shit.
I fucking hate this shit. This fucking shit. Rah, 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 just wrestling with life.
Kind of like in videos when it says,
Do you have a
the
favorite
stupid
song?
things the army has you do. I'm sweeping sand.
Yeah, dude. We totally swept sand.
Hey,
Cody's
you know
been
what?
there? Have you been to 29 Palms? Are you talking about?
I just understand it completely.
Yeah, there's like sweep the sand. Oh, rake it too.
Right? Just keep you busy.
I'm going to say something to Cody.
Sorry, Sibs.
You go.
Hey, Cody, you know what would get that wire off there in the blink of an eye? And
Power tool I don't have.
you don't have to pull and fight with it like that. Put a little cutting wheel on a Dremel and cut across it.
I actually do have a
180, cut the other side, and you pop it right off there, dude, in about a minute and a half.
It's a bit noisy.
Little Dremel won't make no noise.
Yeah, don't worry about noise.
Sort of.
Huh?
And I don't have enough. I don't have enough cutting wheels right now. I'm really small.
Brian's noisy enough.
All right, I don't remember them. 91X.
Oh, yeah, that was in San Diego. I heard them the first second.
Oh, he's talking to Steve. Steve, I think he's talking to you.
Yeah, so 91X was a radio station that played alternative music. Now,
Right.
alternative
I was
was just Bush.
I like alternative.
on the station on the radio dial at 91 in San Diego. Prior to that, it was called KPRI. When the KPRI went off the air, they went silent. Then they came on as 91X. I used to listen to KPRI in the back of my dad's liquor store stocking, and my radio was sitting on KPRI. When I came in one day, it was quiet, and I'm like, man, I know my dad didn't touch that fucker. What's wrong? All of a sudden, it was the test tone, and on came 91X. I heard them from the very first second they came on the air, and they played Berlin Sex.
Yeah, they would play.
Yeah.
Well, it was all, like I said, mostly alternative music that was just like coming out, and
Psychedelic Furs.
no, more like I said, Bush and.
No, I know exactly what they played because it was all I listened to for a couple of years, buddy. Nothing but that. I knew every song. Steve West was their first DJ.
I don't remember him. I
The
know
Englishman, dude. Come on, he was a icon in the radio world. He was
Yeah,
the only freaking Englishman in the radio world of San Diego or damn near the United States back then.
Well, the thing was that I would drive to work from 6:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. and that would be it. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you had that little window listening to it?
Yeah, and I think there was a girl.
Yeah, I can't remember her name. Dang it.
And so I'd listen to that, and then I'd be at work for fucking 9 hours, and then I'd
Oh,
leave.
the girl. You know who the girl was? Was she came in a little later? Was Robin Roth, David Lee Roth's cousin.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, that's David Lee Roth's cousin or niece or something.
and then the afternoon, you
You
know,
know, I knew all that shit, did you?
What's
I'd
that?
drive back and
You didn't pay
David,
attention, dude.
I'm not worried about David Lee Roth's niece. Just
We
not.
were talking about a radio station.
Yeah, but I would plug a radio station. Of course, I'm not from San Diego, so I'm completely unfamiliar with any radio station on the West Coast. But what I listen to when I drive, when I'm home and I drive, I listen to 88.3. It's WBGO Jazz 88, and it's commercial free. They don't have commercials on it, and it's excellent music for commuting or driving around to. Now, you can go online and look up Jazz 88 WBGO 88.3 FM. You can listen to it anywhere on the planet by going online.
Yeah, that's how KGB is.
But yeah, I was listening to
KGB been around since the 1960s in San Diego.
San Diego stuff up into the late
Essay.
90s. Late 90s.
You listened to KGB then too, right?
Oh yeah, talk radio.
KGB was an AM when in the 60s. As a little chitlin when I first started listening to it, there was no FM. It was AM. KGB was AM.
Hello, SA. How you doing?
I have two things to talk about San Diego radio. One, you can listen to the AM not
690.
Hold on. AM from Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, KOLS.
Now there was this great radio station. Okay, it still is a radio station, but there was a great radio host. And his name was Phil Hendry. Now Phil Hendry would take phone calls, multiple phone calls, and do different voices to make people all tied up and get all crazy. And, you know, that was his point to do it. Phil Hendry, you got to look up. If you haven't heard Phil Hendry, now it's Hendrie, Hendry. He's probably the most, I can't even. Like you have to listen to him to know what I'm even talking about. Okay, so that's LA Talk Radio, and it would be on at 4 p.m. every day. The second one would be fuck it, Phil Hendry. Yeah, the second is just, you know, you cruising through the boop, 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 boop. And there's a rock station but yeah, 91X. And then they 91X would sponsor all the like parties downtown.
Well, remember when they had a contest that was called Expose the X, and they wanted you to send in a picture and they would do some shit for you? I had a picture where I had a big old crankbait painted black with the yellow 91X on it. And I hooked it up to about a 10-pound bass. I tethered in the bushes, and I went back and hooked this lure to it. And my photo I sent in was me lifting a bass out of the water, and he was hooked on the 91X lure.
91X.
Yeah,
Cody, TR has a question for you.
What's up?
Read the screen.
What?
Collecting copper.
Collecting
Money.
copper. That's the short. That's
Cool,
the short.
like the 15th time we've explained this. Not that he's been in here the whole time.
I know what you're saying, Terry.
Listen, cut this up.
Terry, I know what you're saying.
In a hot minute.
I'm building Skynet. That's what I'm doing.
Skynet.
Oh shit. That might actually trigger some things. Who knows? Like, oh fuck, he's gonna be the one that starts the Terminator. Damn it.
He's not making anything. Theta, he's not making anything. He's tearing it apart. He's salvaging the copper, is what he's doing. because copper's worth $4.04 a pound.
Somebody just said Dougie Denver.
But he's referring to a radio station in Denver.
Dougie Denver had a great radio show.
He didn't put the comma in. That's all.
I lived in Chicago also, but we were crazy chat.
Has anybody heard of 92.5 KZ 92.5 The Zoo?
Is that a Dallas station?
No, was it
Yeah,
out of
that
Florida?
was back in the day.
Had Bubba the Love Sponge on there?
Bubba the Love Sponge!
He just got busted for something, dude.
Yeah,
Remember when he used to have retarded Tommy on there or something?
I remember Bubba the Love Sponge.
Mountain Man, Theta is a friend of mine. She's a woman who lived in Houston. And she's not slow.
Yeah, I mean, besides
Not what I thought it was.
besides what's his name, you know, like
Yeah,
as
the
a
Gibson, I heard the whole
international
time. You can turn it up. What the hell, dude? Because I asked.
DJ.
What's that? We won't hear them.
You know, every town had their little DJs, you know, and you like meet them eventually.
Here's Steve, huh?
We're not.
Steve!
New Mexico. Look up Steve
Steve.
West, and you'll remember him.
Hi everyone, just got up. It's
Hello, Steve.
6 a.m.
I'm at school.
Where's Steve at?
Steve lives in England.
Oh, okay.
I love Steve's.
Lunchtime in your school. SA is a teacher. He teaches elementary age children in Pakistan. And I guess he's on his lunch break.
Dude, there you are again. You're in Pakistan. Doug.
Yeah, he's here. He's in chat.
I know, but
yeah.
Hey, Mr. SA. One hand to the other.
What was your question, Steve? Did you have a question?
I have a question. I know all the answers. Right, Brian?
I
You
got
should be able to get online.
I got a question for Gal Pal.
Okay.
Can you still taste food?
Full signal.
Can I?
Yeah, can you taste food?
Why is you asking that?
Who are you asking? Me?
No, Gal Pal.
Oh. I
It
was
was
gonna
your
say,
Listen,
birthday.
they're over there horsing around, Steve. They're doing their own thing over there, okay?
Your birthday.
I was gonna say because the answer is no, I cannot taste it. That's why I use
I
super
can't.
hot sauce. I put fucking
I'm just
super
kidding.
hot
I'm
sauce
just
on
kidding.
everything.
I'm just kidding. 9 more days for me. 9 more days.
My
Are
birthday's
you
in 5 days.
Are you starting to worry?
He's stripping down copper. SA, let me put him on the screen. What he's doing
Not
is
much
he's
has changed, Brian.
salvaging copper because he can get $4 a pound for copper. So he's stripping it down and salvaging it. I must say this too, Cody. You certainly caused quite a stir in my chat. Now, I'm also going to point something else out. Earlier, it was the Cody show. Now it seems to be the Steve Douglas show.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, man.
Caring's caring, right?
Yeah, this fellow here, Terry. His name is
Yeah.
Steve Douglas.
God, it's up to 13.
Hey, what do you want me to say? I mean, it's like
TR, Mountain Man is just kidding, TR.
we're
You
done.
can't, let me just say this, TR. You can't take a thing that guy says seriously. Okay? Just so you know.
You know,
Try and get up there, dude.
you and I go kind of way back, bro.
Do you need a link or do you got it on the top?
See what I do. I'll go in and then I tell YouTube, I'll take that off. But I think it's between these two reverb.
It has nothing to do with this, I don't
Because when
think.
when I have two devices
What's his
together,
name?
it'll reverb like that. So with that one, must have been the one
Terry?
doing it.
I was just saying, Doug. Like, you know, I met you a long time ago, man. Why you
I'm
burn
trying
me
to
like?
listen.
Well, you can listen with your ears and look with your eyes over here.
Yeah, but I don't know what any of that means. You're talking to like, and I have no idea what any of that means.
It's just the whining.
Don't
It
sit
means
there and tell me
nothing.
what to do with it, but
I just said
what's
try
the
and come up.
problem, man? I'll
No
just
problem. Hey,
go
Twit.
away. All right, good night, man.
Motherfucker.
There you see, you're here. You left.
Hey, Twit.
Oh.
Come on up, Terry. What's the matter? I got to pay attention to this. I look at your computer.
You
It,
tell me
it,
one thing, it doesn't help.
it doesn't. It doesn't
I watch
mean.
you interact with
You have a
it.
spreadsheet
It
or
doesn't mean anything. I'm computer illiterate.
I was trying to show you, and you just turned
You're
around
like,
and you didn't know
Outlook
it.
calendar.
Well, I feel
I like when they
disrespected,
use
dude.
the
Why do you like it?
new emojis and it doesn't post them. It says what the new emoji
Hey,
means.
would it work if you're in a different room?
Face blue smiley.
Yeah, I'll see you in the morning. All right, night, everybody.
Night, Terry. What's wrong with him?
He's fine.
I don't think he could deal. Did he kill his family or something?
Ooh.
No, I've been watching.
Steve, let's not make distasteful jokes, though. Please?
I've been watching those real-time crime where these guys killed their families.
Steve, how about if we don't talk about Steve? How about if we don't talk about this, Steve? Okay, Steve, I'm going to shut you up then. Okay, I'm dead serious, Steve. We're not going to talk about this. Okay, you got it. Okay, Steve, we're not going to talk about that, okay?
Somebody's playing Tom Petty.
Yeah.
No one's going to say who's playing Tom Petty?
I've had the radio on the whole time.
Okay, Jesus, I'm sorry. Gee. Why are you so sparky?
No, but I thought I mentioned that several times that I have the radio.
Okay, sorry. Shit.
Good to see you, Twit.
Meanwhile, in the city of Coppertown.
In the city.
Man.
Now we're thinking of this song, The Sound of Silence.
All right.
Yeah.
Brian. Your first love.
Oh God, that's not. There's like another hard left turn waiting to happen.
And yeah, and how did it become?
Steve, I'm not talking to you, Steve. I'm talking to Steve on the panel. This guy over here. This is Steve on the panel. That's Steve. Okay. So don't you sweat it. I'll be right back.
Oh, why did you leave it on the? Come on, Brian. Spill your guts.
I had a crush on a girl junior high and high school, and I think she had a crush on me. And less than 3 years after we graduated, we briefly boyfriend, girlfriend. And it was like, this is cool. This is nice. You know, but it was very brief, and yeah, I had a crush on her. Yeah.
That was the very first.
Yeah. Yeah, because when I was like little, girls were, eh. It was like, junior high and
girls
high
were
school,
what? Wait,
different story.
girls were what?
Girls were,
Dime a dozen.
eh,
Like
you
a
know,
dozen.
I'm kidding.
they were, yeah.
But yeah, you meet a cute girl. You meet a cute girl. There's a symbiont.
Yeah, there was something, like, yeah.
All right, Sibs, you're up.
What are we telling?
Your first boy crush.
Oh,
Elvis Presley.
I never had a boy crush. I was very I was like a Tom girl. All the boys were like my friends. I hung out with them and was cool with them.
Yeah, but you still wanted to kiss a boy, right?
Fuck no, not when I was a teenager. I just partied with them all. I had a dirt bike. You have to remember, I was raised on a dairy farm. I was like my dad's work hand.
You are the female of the century, by the way. I
like partied with all the boys. I was like the cool girl. I was like the cool chick that partied with them all.
Of course.
She was the chick that showed up the guys and made them look bad because they couldn't.
Exactly. I started wearing hiking boots, and all the boys were like, "What are you wearing?" And I'm like, "Hiking boots."
Yeah, you're
just wearing them to wear them, and I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" So then they all started wearing them.
Aside from the Texan accent, she's probably the chick from Yellowstone TV show.
You're next. But I want to hear from Sibs. You eventually found a man that you loved, yeah?
Oh yeah. I dated a few, and then eventually I found the man that I loved. I ended up being common law married to him, and we spent 27 years together. He's dead now.
I'm sorry. I'm apologize.
That's okay. He was a bastard.
Okay.
I still love
him. I'm a bastard too.
Yeah, but I still love him.
So
even though he's dead.
He's a fucking bastard motherfucker. Look at him. All right, Cody, it's your turn.
Well, for me, it was
girl crush.
Yeah, more than just a crush.
Oh, you killed her?
Unfortunately, though, we never ended up together like I wanted because I actually loved her. We did care about each other. We still do. I'd spoken to her in years. But I was basically the dude that all the parents liked. And so I was the dude that could get into the house when the parents weren't home with the female, and all the boyfriends and other shit fucking hated it.
All right.
And so me and her, we grew up. She moved into my area when I was about 14, and we grew up around each other for a good few years. And we got along really well. And then as we got older, she ended up shacking up with this dude with a total asshole.
Yeah.
And I was like, look, why would you, why him? Like, why? Like, you could pick anybody. Me, of all people, you could have picked, it would have been way fucking better. Eventually, she ends up marrying the dude, but I tried talking her out of it just because, regardless of whether I shacked up with her or not, it was a bad fucking choice because not even fucking 6 months in, they were divorced.
Yeah,
while she ended up marrying this guy, and I actually was an usher in the wedding. So I ushered a good portion of everybody that was in the crowd and their seats to their seats, including his mother. Well, after they ended up getting married, let's just say that our friendship got a little closer, and Yeah, more than once it happened.
That's fine, dude.
Well, I mean, I care about her. She's a good person. I mean, and she's a solid good person all with her, no doubt. And she deserves better than this person, regardless whether I ended up with her or not. But I mean, it's kind of I feel a little bad. I don't know if I feel bad, but like I feel like I might have crossed the line having relations with her whenever she was married after ushering the groom's mother down the aisle there. See, like, man, I'm a little shit. I'm probably going to hell. But she straight up told me, she was like, I wouldn't do it with anybody else but you. Because we did have a bond. But I was all like, he was an asshole. He had it coming. He's got a whole bunch of shitty crap coming his way. But she was a sweetheart. Her name was Athena. One hell of a name. Very loving person, still is to this day. Although I told her how I felt, but she was like, yeah, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, but you want to boink like a motherfucker. What the fuck's that about? That's kind of fucking messed up. But I mean,
look, I didn't mean to touch like bad.
No, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad at her. I'm not like butthurt about it. I mean, I realize, it's just, there's some things you can change, some things you can't. I mean, that might have been an attempt for me to try to change it. I mean, I got some benefit out of it, but I mean.
So, Dougie Doug.
Yep.
The question that we're going around is your first love. Your first.
When I was about 21, a girl moved into the apartment I was living in and lived with me. She was, I think, 19 at the time. And when we broke up, it hurt. I don't know.
Book.
Huh?
This sounds like a book. I'm loving it.
Well, we lived together for probably a year and a month. We lived together.
I'm saying, you say you're starting with I was 21, but mine starts with I was 12.
Yeah, but I thought you meant my first love, not my first crush. I think it's different.
Oh, I did say crush, didn't I, guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
My first crush?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, let me think back there.
Yeah, go way back, bro.
Okay, Dutchman, thank you.
Back to like 1968.
In 1968, I was 3 years old.
Hey, you know what?
Dutchman, thank you for coming. We'll see you. I think did I post it? I thought I did. Wolfman, hello. Thank you for being here. Hello, Storm Dancer.
I know, Dutchman, dude. We recognize you, bro.
So you're talking about someone I would have seen on TV, right? When I was young.
Okay, so you had a.
What you would have seen on TV?
I had a girlfriend in elementary.
Was it Batwoman or wait?
Tell me, Mark, can you
Eartha Kitt or Julie Newmar? Steve, Eartha Kitt or Julie Newmar? You tell me.
Craig.
These are all great. Yeah.
Now,
Yvonne Craig.
how about Emma Peel? Emma Peel from the Avengers?
I answered the question wrong then. I didn't know it was someone off from TV.
Oh, man. She's slamming you, Doug.
Well, perhaps I did have a girlfriend in elementary school who lived up the road.
Oh, my God.
Yeah? Let's hear it.
Her name was Susan. And I guess that would be called a crush, I guess. Although I don't know that I was crushed when we stopped, being friends. But by the time we were friendly through elementary school and junior high. By the time I was in high school, we weren't so friendly anymore.
Yeah, because the guy.
We're talking about crushes. That would be.
But I remember distinctly watching the Avengers.
Recess.
When I was quite young, watching the Avengers, and I was very intrigued by Emma Peel.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking?
Hello, Glenda.
The old Avengers.
Yeah, of course, the Avengers. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for me it was any James Bond girl. Also, the alien. What's her name?
There were several Bond girls, Steve. Several.
I know, but
No, but he said after that, the alien girl.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
No.
Miss Pussy Galore. Is that who you're talking about?
Ursula Andrews.
No, God damn it, Brian.
Uma Thurman. No.
It was
Halle
Yeah, I
Berry.
hope you will.
anyways.
Halle
Oh, Halle
Berry.
Berry's on my list for Catwoman. Hell yeah.
Kind of turned me on.
Yeah.
Well, who else turned me on? After that, it's like, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
You're from San Diego. What about Chrissy from Three's Company?
Yeah, I watched.
Suzanne Somers. What's her name?
Yeah, Suzanne Summers, Three's Company.
How about the skinny chick from the Mamas and the Papas?
But this is
How
all.
many of you had the poster of the Cowboys cheerleaders?
The Cowboys cheerleaders poster. I think everyone probably had the Farrah
Yeah,
Fawcett poster.
Dude,
Or Farrah
Brady.
Fawcett. Yeah, Farrah Fawcett.
cheerleaders. Yeah,
Ah, fair.
you know what I mean? Like, woo! Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
got that thing going on. That's it, yeah. And then after that then came porno, and it was like, oh shit, what the fuck?
Shit.
But you don't crush on porn actresses, right? You're talking about a crush, right?
Yes, your first crush.
That's not a crush. That's called an infatuation.
No. Okay, reverse 25 years, dude. Go back. Not now. Like, yeah, now my crush is porno.
Like she's got five table bitties for the situation.
Yeah, but you gotta like, talk about your first crush. And for me, it was like 1984, and it wasn't the first time that I've touched a girl's tongue, but it was the first time that I like grabbed her boobies. It's like
Ooh.
so.
For
Yeah,
me,
that was it.
my
And
first crush,
I
I
was like, oh my god.
for me, my first crush would be a chick that I actually ended up seeing years later that actually tried to get my attention, but because of an asshole friend, I had to fucking leave the Walmart when I ran into her. But she was the chick that all the guys were chasing after, and then we would hang out at the pool, and everybody like a couple of the guys dared her to flash at all the dudes underwater, and she said sure, right, and then she did it, but like she teased everybody and they thought she was gonna do it. She didn't do it, but I stuck around underwater because she gave me this little look for half a second, like stay down there longer. And when she faked them out, they all come up bitching and moaning. And as I stayed down there, she actually flashed me and she gave me this look. And all the guys were like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "Look, man, y'all don't bring it to the table right, so it's not my problem." She was
Thanks,
there, yeah. She was the one that a whole bunch of the guys were chased after, and I didn't realize where I was at with that. Like I didn't realize I had that much pull until years later when I ran into her at the store, and I couldn't stick around. It sucked. She was a good friend. She was like, "Hey, guy, you can I get your number?" I'm like, "Well, shit, I don't got a fucking phone right now. Shit, I don't."
Somebody just text down there. They said they're in some. Somebody's playing the fucking Who, by the way. I can hear that.
They playing
Mike
Pitbull
Linda.
or Behind Blue Eyes.
No, it's Eminem Front.
Oh, I don't like that song.
It this song was one of
I feel like
the
that was
last
the Who's
songs the
fucking
Who.
attempt at disco.
But yeah, Valerie Bernatelli. Yeah,
Valerie Bertinelli.
She's Eddie Van Halen's ex.
Did anyone else ever think that Bertinelli was a type of pasta?
Hi, Glenda.
Just saying.
Glenda.
Eddie Van Halen's wife. I can't remember. I can't even picture her face, actually.
She was on the hell was that show called? One day at a time. Is that the name of that show?
I was gonna say something else.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't picture her at all, dude.
Who are you talking about? What's up, Glenda? How are you feeling?
Glenda, rockstar.
Like the swallows return to Capistrano. And the monarch butterflies from Mexico.
From
the free flying furnaces.
Because she was on that TV show. Who's the Boss, right? Is that her?
Who's the Boss was a different show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was Tony Danza.
It was Tony.
Tony Danza was in Who's the Boss.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time.
Fluffing and sleeping.
With plenty of growth opportunities and
I see what you're trying there.
And take the free career evaluation.
Ryan.
Start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus.
What?
Latest available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. My computer career.
This is gonna aggravate me. Starting to go into fucking sweep and sand mode here, damn it.
All right. Here's the next question for everybody on the panel.
How long is your down? What? Whoa.
Are you ready, Doc?
Cody, do you have a question?
No, I'm not ready. Just chilling.
All right, we're gonna start with Doug. Stop it, Brian.
Okay, that's good.
All right, what was your worst injury?
I crushed a disc in my lower back and had spinal surgery. I had surgery between 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5. I had a triple bilateral laminectomy, and I also had a discectomy between 4 and 5, a different type of procedure. The lamina are the ones that come out on each side. They mirror image each other. One goes left and one goes right, and they pass through the spinal column. Problem was the disc was crushed, right? And it was touching the nerve, and I had pain in my legs. And the pain built up over the course of many years, and eventually got worse and worse, became unbearable. And eventually my pain management doctor says, well, it's time you consider surgery. And so I did that. Now, you asked what was my worst injury. That didn't happen like at once. That built up over the course of many years. So the issue was at work, because I'm an iron worker, I was spending a lot of time lifting a lot of heavy things. And over time, the more I did it, the more Now, the doctor said it's fortunate that I didn't keep doing it because there was still enough disc to leave it between the vertebra. He didn't have to fuse me. So I'm not fused. But if I squish the disc more, they'll have to go.
Jesus Christ.
No, but that's not particularly an injury. I broke my wrists. I haven't broke too many bones, but I have broke both wrists at different times.
That fucking sucks, dude.
But I don't consider those. I've torn my ligaments out of my knees and never had them replaced. Never had them fixed. So my knees are full of scar tissue because the ligaments will fix themselves, but it won't be pretty. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So for that I have the onset of arthritis, which is basically the scar tissue getting in the way, if you know what I mean.
I can't imagine, and I'm sorry to even.
It's okay. I'm not worried about the back surgery. It's what happened. It's what I did. I had to do it.
All right, Brian, your first major injury.
A 6mm kidney stone. That's got to be fucking painful, Jen. Oh,
Yeah, dude. My mom did that, and that was fucking rough. All right, Brian, your first injury.
Shit. I can't think of anything that I've never broken a bone.
You've never hurt yourself, eh?
No. No.
Nice. Zips?
No.
First time you hurt yourself, should go to the hospital.
I fell off the top of a hay wagon when I was very young, and my mom thought that I was probably injured pretty bad, but I wasn't. Of course, we all ended up doing that. I've had multiple accidents and times when I probably should have broke bones, but I have never done that.
Because you're strong.
I always drink whole milk.
You're a superhuman.
Probably the most painful surgery thing I've ever had done was I had both of my kids C-section. And
Oh.
people were like, "Oh, you didn't have to have them naturally. You had to have a C-section." After
Yeah.
having a C-section, I think I would have rather had them naturally.
That's rough. I know.
They literally move all of your body parts and lift them out of you.
Yeah. They get them out of the way.
And then you're stapled. I was stapled once and sewn the second time. And you literally are like bent over, like trying to walk because you stood up straight. The pain was excruciating.
So harsh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up.
Yeah, it's okay.
I thought everyone was gonna have like I broke my leg.
Nope. I've never.
Breaking your leg is not a terribly traumatic thing, really.
Yeah, but it could be. You know what I mean?
I've never had a major broken bone.
If I'm not mistaken, and if I'm not giving out any private information, I think Galpal broke her toe a couple months ago, and that was the first one.
I did. Yes, I did. I did break my middle toe on my one foot.
And that was the first time she ever broke a bone in her life.
Yep.
All right, Cody. What was your first time you had to go to the hospital or hurt yourself?
He's got a different question than we did.
One or two things that I can think of that would stand out at that degree, and that would be one of them was my finger. I had this thing slammed in a door more than once, but one of them was so bad that it almost was just bone and skin. My mother heard me scream from 2 doors down, which means I was screaming loud. Or the time that I fell through a square water hole where the doors weren't bolted down and ended up getting the world's largest flesh wound, having to get about 48 stitches. Doctor said that if I had it like 1.1% worse, I would have had to have major pins and screws and stuff in my leg. You can see bones, ligaments, tendons, and muscle, all of it. Every single thing was there, open to see. And this is the scar that I now have.
Oh, we got a scar. Here we go. We got a scar.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Big ass scar. The funny thing was, I was real chill about it because I was like, look. Because what happened was when I fell in the square water meter hole, it caught that knee, and it caught the middle of it, and it ripped the skin over the calf of the knee. And it happened so fast that I didn't realize what I'd done. It felt like I'd scraped my knee. I was like, ooh, whatever, big deal. Went to touch it, went, ow, looked at my hand, it was bleeding, and I was like, wait a minute. The hell just happened? Looked down and was like, oh shit. So I was able to actually get up on my feet and skip home, which was really, really lucky of me being able to do. But when I got to the hospital, I was real chill about it. The doctors were all kind of weirded out by it, by the fact that I was chill. My mom was freaking out more than I was. But the funny thing was, when my uncle came in to check on me at one point, he looked down at my knee with the stitches in there. He's like, "Look, hey, man, you get yourself a little half a smiley face. Now all you need now is 2 dots for eyes. You got yourself a smiley on your knee." Sure enough. Because basically, had I had 2 little dots for eyes, it would literally would have looked like a smiley from like whenever you give yourself a smiley from a highlighter almost. Didn't lose my knee. That's what actually kept me from being able to play football because I had a bandage and an injury on my knee for almost half the season. And the coach kept going, "Well, when are you going to play?" I'm like, "Dude, look, whenever I don't rip my knee back open, I'll let you know." Finally, the damn bandage fell down one day, and he saw it. He goes, "Oh, shit, you weren't joking." I'm like, "No, motherfucker. I'm probably I'd be one of your best players if I could be out there knocking people down to the ground. Shit, I've been a great defensive lineman."
All right. So let's start with Dougie Doug. Dougie Doug, what is the craziest place you've ever been to in the world?
When you say craziest, what's the criteria I'm trying to meet?
What's the most exotic, I guess?
Exotic?
Exotic.
I was just in Iceland about 2 weeks ago.
And that was the best time you've ever had?
No, but it's a pretty crazy place.
Okay.
I've been a lot of places. I've been to St. Helena. Do you know where St. Helena is?
Nope.
It's an island in the middle of the South Atlantic, only accessible by sea.
Okay.
I've been a few other places that are a little bit remote. I guess the Azores are not so remote. You can fly to the Azores.
But
right?
my question is, what's your favorite? What are you like? Your favorite place that you've ever been? You always remember.
Let me say this. I lived for almost 20 years in Jackson, Wyoming. It's God's country. I'd rather live in Jackson than in New York.
That's a tall order.
Now, in Jackson, Steve, in a good year, they get 40 foot of snowfall.
I know, but I fucking hate snow.
And if you snowboard, Jackson, Wyoming is a good place to be.
I hear you.
Remember I mentioned I ripped my ligaments out in my knee and never got them fixed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Jackson.
So, okay.
Now, I've been some other pretty crazy places. I've been up in the Amazon, up in the Brazilian state of Rondônia, and Porto Velho. I've been to Manaus. I've been some pretty diverse places.
Which one is your favorite, though?
I don't know. I've been to Zambia. I've been to the Kafu Game Reserve. I've been to
Dang,
Victoria.
what the hell you been traveling to? What were you in this freaking Navy or some shit?
No, I've been to Victoria Falls.
Well, that's cool. That's cool because I know what that is. And I know,
shit. That place is fucking wild. But at the time, because it's in Zambia and the other side is Zimbabwe.
Fresh waterfall?
In Victoria Falls, the face of the fall is 2 miles wide.
Yeah,
2
but
miles wide.
I thought Victoria, as a historic or as an educational fact, I thought Victoria Falls was the largest fresh waterfall.
It might be. It might well be.
In the world.
But Victoria Falls, the cascade of the water over the edge falls into a canyon, which is dramatic. It's go look it up online. A very dramatic canyon. The face of the falls is, when I was there, which was I think 1984, there was a revolution underway in Zimbabwe on the other side of the river. And I was in Zambia at the time. So we couldn't access all the places because they're afraid that, you might get shot. So there would be like barricades up, like you see a police barricade, but the sign would have a picture of a guy with a gun and another guy falling to the ground. And it would say, "Caution, do not pass this point." So that was pretty wild. But on the side that I was on in Zambia, we saw, you get that huge precipice into the canyon. Cody, you may be right. Victoria Falls may be the largest freshwater falls on the planet, but I don't know that for sure.
Probably. Yeah.
I don't know that
probably.
for sure. Interesting thing about Victoria Falls, as you approach by car, because we were driving, and you get to be within about 5 miles, you have to put your windshield wipers on because the mist created by the cascade. And a lot of people who visit, they wear raincoats because the cascade hits the bottom and the water is just it's just pretty wild place. I was at the Kefu Game Reserve in Zambia as well. I forgot what river it's on, maybe the Zambezi. And of course there's hippopotamus, crocodiles in the river. And so you want to be careful about it. You might get eaten. But the fun thing about the Kefu Game Reserve is because, I saw lions, elephants, zebras, giraffe, and, all kinds of, and plenty of bok, what they call BOK, bok, which are like what we would call deer or antelope or something like that. It was just cool as shit. I think I was 18 years old at the time. It was cool as shit at the time,
How the hell were you 18 years old outside of the CONUS?
I graduated. My birthday is in August. So when I graduated high school, I was only 17. I didn't turn 18 until the August after I graduated.
Yeah, but how are you outside of the CONUS, which is Continental United States?
Continental United States, talking about Conan O'Brien. I don't know.
At the age of 18. That's what I'm curious.
I went to visit my mother's cousin. He worked on the copper mines in Zambia.
That'll get you there too. Hell yeah!
Now, the copper mines in Zambia are big business, like big business. And my mother's cousin, the manager, a lot, and him and his children all went to the Montana School of Mines.
Dude,
I'm sure you're familiar with the Montana School of Mines, right?
You write a book about that, dude.
Yeah, but to what end?
To what end?
Yeah.
Right now?
August 10th, Chewy, Jen. August 10th. I'm a Leo.
Just end with now.
One thing I saw in the Zambezi game in the Kefu Game Reserve in Zambia was there's mounds as big as cars, or even as big as one-car garages, and they've been there for I think hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions. And what they are is they're ant hills that were made by carnivorous ants that were as big as your thumb and stood an inch tall. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were carnivorous, these fucking things. Of course, the ant hills are all unoccupied now. The ants have been extinct, right? But it was pretty wild because the thought of it just sent chills down my spine. I was like, oh my God. Ants as big as your thumb and carnivorous. It's like a scene from that movie Damnation Alley. Remember? No?
No. Never seen that one. I'm gonna put it on my fucking wall though.
Damnation Alley? It was a B or C movie. It wasn't an A-list movie. It was science fiction. I saw it in the cinema, and probably when I was 12 or 13. And I wouldn't say it was my favorite movie, but it was kind of interesting. Happy birthday, Jen.
Yeah, it's on the wall, dude.
Damnation Alley. I don't think it's a must-see movie. I mean, it's not like Blue Velvet or anything.
Blue Velvet. I get that reference.
Blue Velvet.
Brian does. He knows Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me. That's it. You've seen it too, then.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Don't look at me.
Well, I like what's his name, and he pops up in all these movies, dude. What's his
Easy
name?
Rider.
Yeah,
He's an Easy Rider, right?
yeah, and
he's in Apocalypse Now.
Is he?
Oh no, not Dennis Hopper. You're talking about Dennis Hopper. No, he's not in.
Talking about Dennis Hopper, yeah.
Yeah, not in Apocalypse Now.
No, he was not.
Not.
Yeah, he was. He was the photographer.
Was he?
Yep.
Dennis Hopper was the photographer. You're fucking right, Cody. You're 100% correct. Remember the photographer that was up in the camp?
He was the one that looked at us like a psycho. He's fucking psycho.
He was the photographer up in Kurtz's camp in Apocalypse Now. Cody, thank you for that.
That's right. You're right.
How many times have you watched Apocalypse? I haven't watched Apocalypse Now in 20 years.
There is a slow-mo scene of Dennis Hopper when he does this with his cameras around his neck. And it's a synonymous photo that actually kind of is noticed in like, I don't know if it's necessarily slow-mo, but I think it's slow-mo, but he's holding his hands out like this. I think he's got like a cigarette in his mouth and a bunch of scarves and cameras around his neck and a headband. And he kind of looks like Tom Berenger, but at second glance you realize it's Dennis Hopper.
You got that, Glenda? He's salvaging copper. He's salvaging copper because copper is worth $4.04 a pound. Bye-bye, Brian. Did Brian say goodbye and I missed it?
I didn't hear him say anything.
Neither did I.
Okay, well, it's about time for me. So I'm going to ask you all to step down, and I'm going to... Yeah, you're right, Gurf. I'll post that because you're 100% correct.
Oh.
And there goes Cody.
Thanks for coming, Cody.
Okay, Steve, you want to go?
I love you, Sibs.
Oh, same here. It was good having you.
Cheers.
Boop. Cheers. I got me hot coffee.
Coffee?
You can't strip 2 pounds of copper in a week. It takes eons to strip a pound of copper to it.
Yeah,
he said it took him over 4 years to accumulate 100 pounds of copper. That's only $400.
That's crazy, dude. I'm like,
okay, Steve, you out of here?
No, I'm still sticking around, but
see you later, Steve.
I know you all are splitting, but I love you both. You guys are great.
Love you too, Steve.
You're superstars on the YouTubes.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
I'm not. Galpal maybe, but I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Dude, you are. And Sibs, you're
There's Brian. I accidentally left the building.
I know, I see that.
Co-conspirator.
But it's getting late. It's my usual time to shut down. I've been on over 4 hours now. So
yeah,
Brian,
I know. I saw you were
coming.
doing like road time stuff earlier, but I didn't get to it.
okay, cheers.
Cheers, eh?
You're out.
Go Chiefs.
Cheers.
Okay, everybody else. We'll talk to you another time. Thank you for coming. I hope you all have a great night.
Yes, SA. We'll see you in the morning.
And bye-bye.